I've just told the caretaker. You could tell him again if you
Oh,
like.
right, he knows.
He did say he was going to do it. Yeah, he did.
Sorry to bother you.
Right, hello everybody. I think we should make a start. It's wonderful to see so many people here. It's going to be a great day. We've got so many things to get through. We really brought everybody together to have a conversation. And we thought the best way to do that, to address the significant problems that we've got and the concerns we've got about the environment, both in terms of protecting nature and also fighting the climate change and the extinction that we're facing, was to get a few people together who've got particular points of view, they've got expertise, they've got interest in particular areas, and we're going to give them a very short slot to put out their thoughts and their expertise and their experience. And then we're going to give you a chance, after you've heard those talks, maximum 20 minutes, sometimes 15, to talk at your tables, wherever you like. You can swap around. What's your response to that? What are your ideas? And there's plenty of comment cards on the tables and pens, and we're going to be collecting them as we go, putting them up at the back there. And by the end of the day, we're hoping that between us, we can shape some ideas, some real thoughts about how we're going to achieve not just individual action, but systemic change, which is what we're going to need. And that systemic change has to include how we run our lives, but also how we run our economy, how we behave in relation to nature, being symbiotic and part of it, as opposed to exploitative. And the exploitation obviously links to the ideology by which we live our lives and by which we conduct our society. So this is deep and difficult stuff, and it needs everybody with collective thoughts and actions towards it. And out of that, we will hoping to make a statement for anybody who would listen, that out of today's event, with a significant number of people, all of whom here are committed to protecting the world around us and our natural world, a significant statement that can also be delivered to COP26. And we're resting an awful lot of hopes and aspirations on COP26, aren't we? And I was quite taken with the Young People's, the International Young People's Conference, where clearly they haven't got a lot of faith in political leaders in delivering this. And I think just like we look to the young people and how they're looking to themselves to deliver, we've got to look to ourselves as well. And we've got to push every which way, upwards, sideways, downwards, and inwards to make those changes. So that's how we're going on the day. You've got the agenda there. The morning will be some really good speakers who are going to share their thoughts with you. After every speaker, 10 minutes, just chat together, any thoughts, any responses. There's cards there, we'll give you plenty more to respond to. And I'd also like to say welcome to the people who are watching online, because we've got a large number of people who are watching this event online and who will also want to be contributing their thoughts. The lunchtime, we haven't got any lunch facilities, but we've got that wonderful crew cab coffee shack who's going to stay as long as they possibly can. They're quite determined, even if we get a little bit of rain, which is threatened. But if you brought lunch, fine. Otherwise, there's plenty of places locally. And after that, there'll be a conversation between a number of experts and then a big discussion with us all together. Okay, so the first speaker I'm delighted to welcome is Tony Whitbread, who's the president of Sussex Wildlife Trust, and he's been the instigator really for this with his series of talks that he started way back in 2020 about ending the war on nature. And he always was aiming to conclude with a big conversation, and that's what he's made happen. So over to Tony.
As humans, we've been fighting a war against nature.
that war probably started a long time ago, but if we think about the whole history of the human race, about 200,000 years, most of that time we were hunter-gatherers. 95% of our evolutionary history we were hunter-gatherers, living in some sort of harmony with nature. It was probably with the start of the agricultural revolution about 10,000 years ago that actually we started that war against nature. We developed a dominator culture where we started to take the attitude that we dominate nature. We started to have the idea that it was there for us to actually manage and look after and take from. Okay, but agricultural societies had some sort of impact. But it was then again in the Industrial Revolution where that impact, that war, stepped up even further. That was a couple of hundred years ago. But it's only in the last 2 or 3 generations, within the lifetime of everybody in this room, that that war has stepped up yet again and brings us to a critical point in human history. We're at this critical point where we've had as much impact in these last 2 or 3 generations as we've had in the whole history of the human race before. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Now, they say the first thing you shouldn't start with is a mass of graphs, but never mind. Here's a mass of graphs. And you don't need to look at the detail, but what I want you to look at here is the shape of all of these graphs. These are socio-economic trends over the last 100 years or so. And you'll see a small black line. Can't see the point. You'll see a small black line. That's around 1950. After that black line, you'll see the acceleration of all these socio-economic trends. GDP, gross domestic product, human population, urban population, the erosion into the environment, all those trends go upwards. It's often known as the Great Acceleration of the development of humans within the last 2 or 3 generations only. Okay, so that's the positive side, you could say. That's the increase in all the socio-economic measures that we have used, but of course you all know that that's not the only side of it. There are negative sides, and those too have increased exponentially over the last 2 or 3 generations. We know about this. We know about the increase in carbon dioxide over the last couple of 100 years. I've put in there the UN climate, it's called the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which we all signed up to in 1992. And you'll see that was the point when we were going to do something about climate change. You can see all the different, a few of the different accords and agreements that have gone along the way. You can see that was the point when we were going to do something about climate change. Can you see the difference? Nor can I. Here's the shocking measure though. We have released more carbon dioxide since 1992 than in the entire history of the human race before 1992. This is the way geometric progression works. This is the way growth works. As humans, we tend to think in arithmetic terms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But actually growth is geometric, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. That's the way it works. The last step is the sum of all the previous steps. Okay? The other point I want to make is that 200,000 years on Earth, about 190,000 as hunter-gatherers, the last 10,000 as agriculturalists. That's not an accident. If we look, this is a compressed scale, and it's actually in Fahrenheit, so it's actually a funny measure. But never mind, you'll get the point here. The Holocene is a period that we are living in at the moment. It's an unusually stable period of climate. It's the unusually stable period that's enabled the development of agriculture and civilization. We are bringing that period to an end. And it's not just climate change. Of course, coming from the Sussex Wildlife Trust, I would want to talk about biodiversity, and actually all the measures for biodiversity are also critically in decline. This is the Worldwide Fund for Nature's Living Planet Index. It's a study of 20,000 populations of vertebrate creatures, vertebrate animals. You can see the decline there, 68% since 1970. Judging my audience carefully here, I think we can probably, some of us can remember 1970, and it didn't strike me as an ecological high point. So actually things are in decline. Here's another shocking statistic as well. If we think of all the mammals on Earth, the weight of all mammals on Earth, 96% of that biomass is either humans or our livestock. Only 4% is everything else. Only 4%. All the blue whales, all the elephants, all the rabbits, all the mice, 4% of the mammals on Earth. That gives you a critical idea about how far we've pushed nature. And the declines cover other things as well. 70% of our marine birds, the ones that fly across the ocean, their population levels are in decline. In some studies, 75% of insects populations have declined. This is not species number, this is population levels. So this is a study in Germany, showed that in protected areas, 75% decline in insects in the last 30 years. 75% of our fisheries are either overfished, crashing, or crashed. Around Britain, there should be 20 times as many fish in the sea. We only have 5% of the fish that should be in the sea around Britain. So these crashes continue. Bring it closer to home. The turtle dove, a fairly common bird 30 or 40 years ago, declined to 95% since 1990. It's likely to be the next bird that goes extinct in Britain. And it goes on. We get benefit from all of these things. We get ecosystem services, as they're technically called. Over the last 20 or 30 years, the benefits we get from ecosystems like pollination, flood risk reduction, all of those things, those services have declined 30%. Actual benefits we get from the environment in Britain have declined 30%. So here's a thought. I'm sure you all know this. Extinction does happen. Life goes up and down, so you do lose the occasional species. But in the past, there have been 5 mass extinction events on the planet. 250 million years ago, in the Permian, there was a mass extinction, often called the Great Dying. It caused the wiping out of about 95% of life on Earth, and it was caused by probably volcanoes releasing large amounts of carbon dioxide, and therefore causing climate change. That was 250 million years ago. 65 million years ago, an asteroid hit the Earth, and that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs and about 75% of other orders on Earth. So we've had 5 mass extinctions. However, today, extinction levels are at least 100, probably 1,000 times what the expected background rate should be, maybe even higher than that. That means we have started the Earth's 6th mass extinction event. We are in that, and we caused it. What caused it? People. That's just a random person. Don't know why I chose that one. So we've caused it. We've seen it coming. We knew it was coming. We've plotted its arrival, and we're in the 6th mass extinction. But we are also the ones who can actually do something about it. Okay, now I want to give a little bit of context now, and maybe an example. Because, okay, you could say, well, that's the price of civilization. That's the way we develop. We may have to put all that to one side. So I want you to think about the history of the Earth. I want you to imagine that over here is the start of the Earth 4.5 billion years ago. And right at that end, that's today. Now, if we think about that timeline, we think about here, that's where life evolved. So fairly near the start, we're not quite sure, obviously it's a while ago, but around 4 billion years ago, something like 4 to 3.5 billion years ago, life evolved. About here-ish, those simple life forms, about here-ish, simple plants started to evolve. So this was life on a lifeless planet, living on a rock that was not governed by life, but it was starting to evolve. So that life was starting to appear on what was a lifeless planet. Up to now, the atmosphere then, about 90-95% carbon dioxide, methane in the atmosphere, very acidic seas, temperatures all over the place. About now, photosynthesis starts. You know photosynthesis? The energy of the sun is taken by plants. It takes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, water vapour, combines them to make plant material. It's the basis of all life on the planet. So from about here, and the byproduct, as you all know, is oxygen. So out here, oxygen is produced. Oxygen is being produced all this time, but the atmosphere is not accepting oxygen yet because there's just too much other stuff. It is not until about halfway, that we start to get free oxygen in the atmosphere. So all that work, all that photosynthesis, and only about now do we get free oxygen in the atmosphere. Up to now, you wouldn't have been able to light a match. Metal wouldn't have gone rusty. We couldn't have breathed. But about now, we're starting to see the Earth as a living planet, not a lifeless rock with life on it. We carry on, we see life evolving, we see life getting more and more diverse, going through a few mass extinctions, and then the dinosaurs appear about here. They go extinct about here. And about this sort of time, that's when flowering plants evolve. Right over here, that's us. But on this scale, human civilization is probably far less than the width of a human hair on that scale. And that gives you the context of how long we've had a living environment evolving and how small our period has been on it and how quickly we've managed to mess up quite a lot of things that were happening over that period. Okay, and now I want to give an example as well. This is about Earth systems, how Earth systems work. I listened to a lecture by Sir David King a while ago. He used to be the chief scientist of Britain. He now works on various climate change forums. And he gave this excellent interview. He was asked about all sorts of things about climate change, and he gave fantastic answers. But then they came to, well, the understanding that stopping the use of fossil fuels is no longer enough. We're going to have to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. He was asked, how do you do that? And I thought, oh, here we go. Some dreamy technological fixes are going to come up. No, I did him an injustice. That was not what he said. What he said was we need to restore the population of great whales in the ocean. There used to be at least 100 times as many great whales in the ocean than there are now, probably a lot more than that. And they had a function. They actually helped circulate nutrients in the sea. They feed low down in the ocean, and they actually defecate in surface layers. You didn't know it was all going to be about whale poo, did you? They defecate in surface layers. That defecation provides nutrients for algae. Those algae then bloom and flourish in the surface layers. By blooming in the surface layers, they're actually soaking up carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide goes into carbon, goes into carbohydrate, goes into the ecosystem, eventually settles down into the ocean. The whales are a carbon pump at a massive scale. We emit around 40 or 50 gigatons of carbon every year. David King estimated that actually whales, because of the activity of whales, we could actually sequester 20 gigatons. So that's the impact of great Earth systems. And it's not just on a large scale. Locally, we could do the same. It's not just about bringing back whales. It's actually about restoring whole ecosystems, for example, marine ecosystems. You get this, you get that. You get the kelp off the Sussex coast, and you get these organisms as well. There's the basis for all the Earth systems on which we depend. OK, that's great, but we have a problem, don't we? And that is the economy. The economy attributes value to useless things. Piece of nice plasticky tat there. Everything to do with that is positive to the economy. Meanwhile, the economy has terrible trouble attributing any sort of benefit to the things that are absolutely essential. So think about the environment. How do you attribute value to that? And it gets worse. Everything to do with that is classed as a benefit in the way we measure economic growth. So you produce it, you mine the materials, you actually produce it, you then use it briefly, chuck it away, that wonderful place away, chuck it away, you create waste. Maybe creating pollution along the way, maybe having industrial accidents along the way. All of those points are counted as positive in GDP because they're all economic activity. Meanwhile, everything to do with that is counted as a cost. Yeah, I continue, when I talk to the media quite often, I've come up with, I don't know, whatever our local project was, I tire at the time. They say, oh, that's very well, Mr. Whitbread, but what's the cost? Who's going to pay? A kind of gotcha question. You haven't thought of that, have you? That's because everything we think of in terms of the environment, we attribute as a cost. It's going to cost something to somebody, and yet we rely on it totally. The dice could not be more unevenly loaded against the environment. Everything to do with the economy is counted as a benefit, and by the way, the costs of the economy are counted as externalities. We try not to count them. Meanwhile, anything to do with the environment is counted as a cost, and by the way, any benefits the environment provides, we don't count that. Now, this is just plain bad sums as well as bad economics. So this actually is the sort of economic measures which are causing a great deal of our problems today. It doesn't need to be like that. It's not just the kind of radical environmentalist standing up here saying these things. There's been loads of studies, loads of excellent pieces of work saying we need to change, we need to refocus our economic compass. This is the National Ecosystem Assessment published in about 2010. But I could have gone back earlier than that to the study called The Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity. Before that, the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. Before that, radical environmentalists in the 1960s, 70s and 80s were saying the same thing. We need to reshape our economy. This was done by DEFRA in 2010. Very good study, worked a bit into policy, hasn't really changed anything. However, this year, this study was made, another one called The Economics of Biodiversity by Professor Dasgupta. How many of you heard of that? A few of you, I guess. Yeah, I think so. Excellent. Well, this says the same sort of things. This says the same things as I think we were saying back with the National Ecosystem Assessment and before. We need to refocus, reshape our economy to make proper account of the environment. There's a difference, though. The National Ecosystem Assessment was contracted by DEFRA, Department of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. This was contracted by the Treasury, and it was actually run by one of the best professors in economics in the world. So that's different. And he came up with similar sorts of things. And that is the key point. The key point here is that the economy is embedded within the environment, not the other way around. This was criticised, this study was criticised on completely the wrong basis. The idea that this was trying to make the environment part of the economy. Absolute opposite. It says it right the way through that study. Our economy is faulty, and it should be see itself as part of the environment, definitely not the other way around. He also said that actually our measures were wrong. Gross domestic product is just the turnover of money. The person who invented it didn't see it as the way we should be running our economy. What Dasgupta came up with was a different sort of approach, what he called inclusive wealth. The idea we should be looking at all these capitals. Yes, built capital, the stuff that we make, but also human capital, all the human qualities, and natural capital. Bearing in mind the last slide, of course, all the other capitals are reliant totally on natural capital. So this is the world's leading economist, contracted by the Treasury, saying that we need to refocus our economy to make proper account of natural capital. If we do that, then a lot of decisions will be changed. Okay, I want to come to a close in a second, but these are some of the key things he was saying. Our economies and well-being depend on our most precious asset, and that is nature. We must accept a simple truth. Our economies are embedded within nature, not external to it. It's embedded within nature. It's not external. At the moment, we rely on our economy being external to nature. It is not. We need to change our measures of economic success. Okay, so now I want to conclude with just a few comments. First, I think I've made the point, we are at a critical point in human history. Think of those graphs. Within the lifetime of everybody in this room, we've probably caused more damage on Earth than in the entire history of the human race before we were born. That's the way exponential impacts work. Now we're bringing our war against nature to a critical point. We can't do that again. We can't have another doubling time when we double our impact yet again. There is going to be a change. We need a very different relationship with nature. The idea that we dominate nature and that it's there for us to take, that we're external to it, that's old school. We can't rely on that anymore. We can't take that approach anymore. We need a different sort of relationship with nature. We are part of nature. It's even a problem that we actually have a word nature because it makes it sound separate to us. We are part of nature. There is a system out there, great Earth systems, of which we are a part. We can't be separate from it. We need an economy that is fit for purpose. We need one that does the sums properly. Whether that survives, I don't know, but at least we need to have an economy that does the sums properly. We can't count some things and not others because it's convenient to our growth. We need an economy that's fit for purpose. And lastly, I want to bring up the point that there's a great lie behind all this, which I haven't touched on yet. And that is, in the past, I could say all this stuff and you can say, yeah, very good, but it's all idealistic, isn't it? Because we're all just selfish individuals. There's no such thing as society. It's all just down to us being individuals. We're grabby, we take, we don't care about each other. It's just what we want. That's one of the greatest lies of the current period. We are inherently social. Think about how humans evolved originally. We didn't start to dominate the planet because we were biggest or strongest or had the sharpest teeth or could run fastest. Probably not even because we are the most clever or could use tools. The reason we dominated the planet is because we are hypersocial. We work together in a hypersocial way far more than any other organism. And that is completely inherent in us. This kind of selfish, grab everything, competitive streak that we think is human is not human at all. That is our kind of lizard brain trying to take over. So the humanity in us is actually about empathy. It's about working with each other. It's about working socially. It's about joining together to look after the things we cherish, to look after the environment that we live in, and actually work as a community. That is inherent in us. So I think the biggest thing we need to go back to is our basic humanity on which our values are based, on which our economy will be based, and therefore on which our decisions in the environment will be based. So to conclude, I would say we're not just a bunch of money-grabbing misers. Thank you very much. And now I invite you to go to your tables and have a discussion about what I've just said. Is it a load of rubbish? Do you disagree? Or is it, oh yeah, we all knew that. But have a discussion, see, and we'll start again in 10 minutes' time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We had a look around to see if anybody needed any prompts, and it's just fantastic to see you all carrying on. So I'm going to now welcome our next speaker, who's been thoroughly engaged in the discussion as well, who is Isabella Tree, who many of you will know of. In fact, I'm sure everybody knows of, for the amazing groundbreaking work she's been doing with her husband at Net Estate. And Izzy, you're going to give us a presentation with your thoughts on what's been achieved so far. So thank you. Can we welcome Isabella Tree?
Thank you very much. Wonderful to be here, and what an amazing, rather terrifying presentation by Tony, but absolutely astonishing, that picture. I suppose I'm going to give a little bit of a case study, I suppose, as to how we can actually change things, what we can actually do. Just one example of something that can make a difference. So you may be familiar with Knepp. I don't know if any of you have even been there, but it's about 20 minutes north of here driving, about 7 miles south of Horsham. When people visit Knepp, they find it very difficult to describe it. And quite often they describe it like Africa, like the Okavango Delta or the Serengeti. It's got that feeling of life about it, like some rather amazing large animal is going to surprise you around the corner, and quite often it does. But we're simply unused to seeing this sort of habitat in England these days, when of course this would have been very much our landscape hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. Certainly Charlie, my husband, and I never imagined that this is what our own land could look like. The very ground beneath your feet feels alive. And on a sunny spring morning, that bird song is so loud that it just literally reverberates in your lungs. But this is what it looked like 20 years ago. It's pretty much like anywhere in lowland Britain. It's an ecological desert, essentially. Since World War II, we've ploughed up every inch of our land, driven by farming subsidies, irrespective of the environmental damage that causes or whether that land is actually suitable for farming at all. Tony went into a lot of the losses, so I won't dwell on all of those. It's so depressing. But I do have to say that we ploughed up, we took up 75,000 miles of hedgerows since the Second World War. We lost more ancient woodland in the 40 years after the war, tens of thousands of them, than in the 400 years before the Second World War. We've lost 90% of our wetlands, 80% of our lowland heathland, and 97% of our lowland meadows. But of course, the impact of this kind of industrial scale farming is destructive in other ways too. It's exhaustive ploughing and chemical fertilizers and pesticides, monocrops, have been absolutely devastating for wildlife. We've lost 44 million birds in our skies since the 1960s. More than a quarter of our UK mammals are facing extinction. And the key thing I think we need to remember is that this drive to plough every single inch of land has actually had the astonishing effect of overproducing food. We remember all the butter lakes and butter mountains and wine lakes and grain mountains of the 1970s, but we are still doing it. A UN report recently said that we are producing enough food to provide for 11 billion people, and we're 7.5 billion people on the planet right now. So we're wasting 30 to 40% of that food, of consumable food. So that is the elephant in the room that the food and farming industry don't want you to know about, which implies that actually there is much more room for nature than we perhaps previously understood. And the reason that this, one of the drivers for actually starting to feed grain to animals, this new absurd system that we have, which is also hugely costly and unethical and wrong for so many reasons. We began feeding grain to beef because literally we didn't have enough human mouths to feed the grain to. And now we're feeding grain to dairy cows. And now we're beginning to feed grain to sheep, God help us. And we're even now beginning to feed grain to cars, simply because we need that market to keep on with the growth in supply. But none of this really was what changed our minds at NEP. I wish I could have said that we were that enlightened 20 years ago. What changed our minds into doing something completely different with our land was this, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with the low-wheeled Sussex clay. When I was researching my book, I found out that we had 35 different words for mud. That's how much it dominates our thoughts when you are stuck literally in, we are on 320 meters of clay over a bedrock of limestone at NEP. So it's completely unfathomable porridge in the winter. It bakes as hard as concrete in the summer, and in winter, sometimes you can't get heavy machinery onto the ground for 6 months at a time. That means you can't do any of the normal maintenance like dredging your ditches or maintaining your hedges or doing any of the infrastructure that normal farmers would do. Sometimes in springs you can't even sow a spring crop. So you just cannot compete on our soil with the lovely loamy soil that we can't even bear to look at over in Chichester. So after about 17 years of trying to make a go of this farming and probably making a profit in 2 of them, we were, by 1999, £1.5 million in debt. We realized we just could not go on anymore farming in this way, this industrial, intensive way on our soil. And Charlie then made the big decision, and it was a very bold decision because it was literally going against the grain, went against his family's whole DNA. All the farmers around us thought we were completely mad. But we knew we had to do something, and we wanted to do something that was going to work with the land rather than battling against it all the time. And that's when we hit upon the idea of rewilding, something that was already kicking off in Europe and has become incredibly sort of influential in Europe and is starting to kick off here too. What it involves is really, it's about restoring dynamic natural ecosystems. It's about restoring watercourses, natural hydrology, and it's about putting drivers into systems, so large free-roaming animals principally, to create new soil and create new habitat. So lifting the glider back up into the sky again so that nature can perform and actually evolve and bring life back. So it's the way that these animals disturb the land. It's their rootling, their browsing, their trampling, and it's how every disturbance that they make kickstarts the ecosystem. It creates new opportunities for life. And particularly the way they eat in one place and dung in another. They're transporting nutrients and seeds around the landscape. So they make it hugely dynamic. The challenging thing as human beings is to sit back and let them do it. We're so used to controlling and micromanaging, it is very difficult to take the back seat and allow nature to take the driving seat and just let things happen, let things evolve. But if you do that, if you sit back, amazing things start to happen. These habitats start evolving, create very complex kaleidoscope of messy margins, interesting tiny little habitats brushing up against each other start to evolve, and life begins to pour back in. And it's not just the common species, it's the rare species too. That's been really surprising at NEP. So species that have found us that are rare, for example, are lesser spotted woodpeckers, tree creepers, woodlarks, yellowhammers, snipe, woodcock, nightingales, cuckoos, ravens. We've got peregrine falcons nesting in a tree, which is almost unheard of. We've got all 5 species of UK owl, 13 out of the 18 species of UK bats, and we've got purple emperor butterflies, one of our rarest and most dynamic and extraordinary butterflies. We are the biggest breeding hotspot in the UK for purple emperor butterflies. That's all happened in 20 years. And Tony talked about turtle doves. When I was growing up in the 1960s, we had 250,000 turtle doves in the UK. We're now down, as Tony says, to about a few thousand. And this little corner of the southeast of England is their last redoubt. And every year their numbers are declining, except for at NEP. NEP is the only place in the UK where turtle dove numbers are rising. But it's not all about wildlife. We've begun to appreciate on this extraordinary journey into rewilding that there's something very more interesting going on. In a sense, the life that's expressing itself at NEP is just the icing on the cake. It's showing that there are even bigger systems at work that are really, really important and addressing some of the most important and pressing environmental crises that are facing us right now. Our land at NEP is now it's now restored, the soil is restored. So when we have water pouring onto NEP as runoff from polluted water from farms around us or from roads and towns, and it is always polluted, the water that comes onto NEP, the standing water on it is actually of the highest possible quality. And what's happening is that water is being purified by the soil and the vegetation itself. We're also holding back water. So we're holding back water from entering the Ada here and flooding you down here. So agricultural land and houses downstream from us that regularly used to flood in big rains now don't. We are holding on to at least 30% more water and releasing it much more slowly and safely since we've begun rewilding. All the vegetation in this picture, the trees, the scrub, the soil itself, of course, all of that will be purifying the air. The transpiration of that vegetation will be taking out the pollutants from all the traffic that is being emitted around us and the fallout from Gatwick. And of course, perhaps most important of all, we are now sequestering carbon. We've gone from being a really significant carbon emitter under farming. Think of all that ploughing, releasing the carbon from the soil. Think of all those inputs, all that heavy machinery, all that energy going into farming. And remember that 70% of our crops were going to feed animals, another hugely carbon-intensive system. We've gone from all of that carbon emission to being a massive carbon sink. And this is one of the most powerful ways we are going to turn, some people would say the only way we are going to turn around climate change. So this is what's happened to our land in the 20 years since we've been rewilding. We've gone from being a depleted, polluted landscape to one of the most biodiverse breeding hotspots for wildlife in Britain. And inspired by NEP, dozens more rewilding projects are kicking off across the country, hundreds of thousands of acres in all. But many people struggle to see how rewilding fits into the landscape. So where will food production fit in? How much land will we need to rewild? Will we still have a landscape, a countryside that we recognize? Will we lose ourselves in a morass of thorny scrub and wetland? Well, this is, I think, how we think it's going to work. This is our green and pleasant land. This is the archetypal picture postcard that we sort of tell ourselves our countryside should look like. And quite often we feel very nostalgically bound to it. And it makes us feel safe and secure. We think that this is a productive, secure landscape. This is actually in Cumbria, but it could be anywhere really in lowland Britain. But actually this landscape is extremely vulnerable. It's vulnerable to floods, it's vulnerable to droughts, it's vulnerable to soil loss, to pests and diseases, to decreasing crop yields, and to temperature rises. So this is, I think, how we begin to heal our landscape, how we begin to get it functioning again and get it wilder. If you imagine in the top right-hand side of this picture, that's where you see the sort of the buzzards and the red kites and perhaps even the white storks flying. That is a rewilding hotspot. That's your NEP. That is where you've got your drivers in the system, restored water systems. It's very dynamic. It's spilling out with wildlife. But that life has nowhere to go in this landscape. There's no habitat for them. So we have to start creating and connecting these areas together. So the first thing we have to do is create wildlife corridors to connect areas of existing nature, nature reserves, and new rewilding projects together so that species can begin to flow through the landscape again. And this is really key, because unless wildlife is able to travel freely through the landscape, the 60% wildlife declines that Tony mentioned that we're seeing now will be more like 90 by the turn of the century. And this is why, according to the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, over the next 50 years, our climate zone in Europe is moving 150 kilometers north for every degree in temperature rise. So that means that based on the current rise of 3.2 degrees, Horsham will be experiencing the climate of the south of France by the turn of the century. Or we will here in Shoreham, although you might not think it right now. But we will have that climate zone from the south of France will have moved here, and our climate zone will be way up in the borders of Scotland. So clearly this incredibly fast rate of change is dangerous on so many levels, particularly for landscapes that are not resilient that do not have the trees, do not have the vegetation cover, do not have the water storage, the ability to survive floods and droughts, and particularly for the wildlife that lives there and that may be stuck on these tiny little isolated pockets of nature, unable to move. So obviously many species like birds, bats and insects are able to fly considerable distances. But what we've done here, so you've got your rewilded corridor attaching to net and to say there's another nature reserve off the far left-hand side of the picture. And many of those species using that corridor, that flyway, those roads won't be a problem. So bats, insects, and birds will be able to fly across roads. What's important for them is that they find protective habitat on either side of those roads. Large mammals, deer, foxes and badgers do cross roads, but we know that the mortality rate is incredibly high. If we want to start having really exciting drivers in the system, like beavers, wild boar, one day perhaps elk, we need to start having land bridges that we can use safely that are not going to be causing traffic accidents. And this is something that they're absolutely brilliant in the Netherlands and the rest of Europe at. They're absolutely brilliant at using these land bridges. We have only 2. And we've got to get better at this kind of infrastructure. But we've also got to be absolutely clear where these land bridges, these green bridges, have to be built. They must be built in key sites where they're joining 2 areas of high nature value together. They are not to be used by developers as greenwashing to try and make their housing development look good. Note, Thacum Homes up in Horsham. Then we've got to restore our hedges. So remember all those 75,000 miles of hedges that we've lost since the Second World War. They're hugely important reservoirs of life in themselves. They're actually nature corridors in themselves, so we need to put them back. And we've got to move from the industrial chemical farming to regenerative farming, to nature-friendly farming. And this is incredibly exciting. It's a revolution coming our way. It works. It's happening all over the planet. It's beginning to happen in the UK. So these fields haven't been ploughed. We're not going to plough anymore. Worst invention man ever invented was the plough. We don't need to plough. We're going to be using no plough systems, min-till and no-till systems, cover crops, livestock rotated in those systems. And this will be creating a much more permeable landscape for wildlife across the board. We'll always need land for food, but this is where food belongs, on productive agricultural land that is going to be used sustainably and regeneratively for food production. And under that regenerative agriculture umbrella, that nature-friendly farming umbrella, we can have more trees in the landscape, many more trees in the middle of our fields. We can have wood pasture systems with extensive free-roaming livestock underneath them. We can have a tiered system of harvestable crops beneath those trees, rotated with livestock. So a much more treed landscape than the one we see today. And of course, we need to restore our wetlands, rewilding our rivers, allocating our floodplains to allowing the floodplains to function again, holding back the water in times of heavy storm events, which we're going to have much more frequently in the future, and replenishing the water tables, which we desperately need to do, as well as purifying the water and providing an enormous amount of biodiversity. And there's one creature that is key to this, and it's the beaver. And we did try at NET to introduce beavers last autumn. They were escapologists. We didn't have to put them, our license didn't allow us to, we didn't need to put them into a pen. And one of them came down here to Shoreham and hung around Shoreham. They named Bramber in the end. And we did manage to catch him up again. But this autumn, we've just had our license, and we are going to introduce beavers again, this time into a temporary enclosure. So they'll be there, hopefully at NET, for about 10 years. But one day, you will be seeing beavers in the Ada legally again, which will just be amazing. But of course, all of this regeneration is sequestering carbon. All of these landscapes that we are restoring are sequestering carbon, pulling us back from the brink of planetary catastrophe. So this is how our countryside could and should look in the future. Productive, sustainable, and full of life, with far more opportunity for recreation and connection with nature, and we know how important that is post-COVID, within the landscape than we live with today. And this is the vision that the government is driving forward too, with the Environment Bill, which is due to be enacted later this year, hopefully before COP26. It's to create nature recovery networks to join up these areas, just as I've been showing you in these pictures, to join nature together again and restore biodiversity and tackle climate change. We hope that the Environment Bill is going to have teeth and it will actually be able to do this. But this is something that we have a little head start on at NEP, because we've been working for several years now, and so has the Sussex Wildlife Trust, on creating these nature recovery networks that are planning for them, that are going to become mandatory with the Environment Bill. And this is the new Wheel to Waves vision, and this is so exciting. This is literally only 6 months old. It's a vision really that kick-started with a conversation between us at NEP and an amazing farmer at the Climping Gap, one of those few places on the Sussex coast that isn't developed, just here at Climping by Littlehaven. And he read my book and he rang us and said, let's meet. Let's meet in the middle. Let's create a corridor between us. And already James has managed to persuade a number of farmers in his area to move to nature-friendly farming practices, to stop using pesticides. And we have this nascent new corridor initiative that will be connecting with that huge Help the Kelp marine reserve off the coast here, hopefully through Shoreham, an amazing Worthing Council buying those plots of land on the Ada. Again, some great potential there for creating corridors that could lead all the way up to NEP. You can see NEP, that big cluster in the middle, and veering off towards eventually this big clump here, which is the Ashdown Forest. So how amazing to get the Help the Kelp forest moving through our landscape and connecting with the Ashdown Forest. So we are at a turning point in history. It's the moment, as Tony said, where every single decision counts in the battle to safeguard our planet. We can all do our bit. We can all create wilder spaces in our neck of the woods, on whatever piece of land, or on whatever handful of soil we have under our control, whether it's an orchard, a vegetable garden, a village green, a couple of pots outside your door, a window box. Every single thing counts. You can be part of this new connectivity, this new webbing that will create corridors and living landscapes throughout our countryside again. And a big part of that movement, though, of joining the dots, is talking to each other, just like we're doing here. How can we actually communicate and reach out and join up? And one of the things, the other things I think that we have to do collectively is to change our aesthetic. That is one of the biggest things that has been putting a brake on the whole process. It's this orderly mindset that we need to have landscapes that are completely under our control. In order to embrace everything that rewilding, big and small, can offer us, we have to change our mindset. We have to listen to our hearts and get our hearts to change our minds. It's that communication. And that very much is about rewilding ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Izzy. Truly inspirational. And it's your time now to respond to Izzy and her challenge. You know, what can we all do? You've got 10 minutes before the next speaker. And our speakers are staying with us all the time. They're all dotted around, so nobody's going away. And I just point out again, we've got a bookstall over there. So there's some books there from Isabella and many others. So do have a look at during the lunchtime. 10 minutes.
Another couple of minutes and I'll bring you back together again. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. One minute and then we'll start again, everyone. Just, if you could bring your conversations to a close, we'll start again in about a minute. Okay, everybody, shall we start again? If you could take your seats and we'll get going on the next session. You could settle down and we'll get going with the next talk. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Can I introduce to you, please, the next session? Can I introduce Nicola Peel, a good friend of mine? She's worked for, I think 20 years in the Ecuadorian Amazon and is an award-winning environmentalist. So great pleasure to welcome Nicola Peel here, who's actually lives in our area, so it's really nice to have somebody who's got such a background in the Amazon actually living with us. So, Nicola Peel, over to you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. So we've gone from kind of the local perspective, and I'm going to take us a bit to the global perspective. But before we start, I'd really like first to acknowledge the land on which we're all standing, and the water and the oceans and the rivers that surround us, and the air that we all breathe, and that great ball of fire in the sky. And so often we forget to give gratitude to the elements and to that which sustains us. So I'm going to fly through a whole load of images to give you a bit of a connection to people that really live deeply with nature. So, oh, hang on, it's clicking away before me. I'll stand back here so I can see it better. So many people say to me, well, you know, you're so lucky, 20 years working in the Amazon and, you know, seeing these great giant trees. But, you know, my life hasn't just been down there as a tourist. It's really been to go and do projects and environmental and social initiatives. So I started 20 years ago in a little boat in the headwaters of the Amazon, researching the pink river dolphins. That was my job. Little did I realize that the oil companies wanted to drill where the dolphins lived. I ended up going from the headwaters in Ecuador all the way down the Amazon River to Brazil, and I made a film, Blood of the Amazon. And I had no idea of this real war on nature that was happening in the Amazon. So it was that which I was about to discover. So this is really my work is as a solutionist. I used to be called an environmentalist, but then it's like, actually, I don't want to focus on the problems. I want to focus on the solutions and what it is that we can do. So when I came across these huge oil spills, thanks to Chevron Texaco, there's over 900 toxic waste pits that have been left in the Amazon. How many people in this room know about that? Maybe 7? This is the largest, one of the largest environmental lawsuits on the planet right now. It still goes on. 30,000 indigenous people versus Chevron Texaco, and we don't know anything about it. So when I witnessed these huge pits in the jungle, which are overflowing, I was like, well, what can we do? And I learned about the use of fungi, mycoremediation, the use of cleaning up the land in a natural way. And so I brought together a team of scientists from around the world to help work on how do we remediate all this that has been left behind. And the other project, which I work with still now, and we've been having amazing, amazing results, is an agroforestry project. You know, I can jump up and down and say, save the Amazon, which, you know, I do as well, but we need to show the people a real way, an alternative to having to cut down the forest, looking for fertile land to grow food. So this system of alley cropping, Inga alley cropping, a form of agroforestry that I've been working with Rainforest Saver. And I initiated the Amazon project, and we now have hundreds of farmers and agricultural universities working with us. And so it's been really great to be able to show another way that people can, you know, regenerate the soil, increase the yield, have much better productivity without having to use any agrochemicals. So I'm not going to go into detail about the projects that I coordinate, and if anybody wants to speak to me about them later, I'm going to just like go on through. So of course, my work does lead me into the jungle when I'm communicated by indigenous groups who ask me if I would go out there and speak to them about agroforestry and different environmental issues. So this is a kind of typical house. You can see climbing up the stairs, the shaman with all his bling on, and the way that the children live there. They are either up climbing trees and collecting fruit, or this little girl there, she's fishing with her t-shirt. You know, there's none of those plastic, you know, gadgets that Tony showed us earlier. There's no phones, there's no Xbox. You know, their life is in the forest and making toys with what they have. This is running away with me, this slideshow. So this is a cleared area in the forest. They live right in the middle of the jungle. And so you will often see this is what the communities will do, is clear these areas. And I was invited to the Chonta Festival to celebrate this Chonta fruit, this delicious fruit. And we need to be celebrating blackberries. You know, we need to celebrate our food like the indigenous peoples do. And at these events, I mean, I was the only non-indigenous person that was invited for that weekend. And it was very much about them to speak their own language, to dress in their own clothes, and to really, you know, celebrate their culture as well. And, you know, how often do we see people that can still make their own clothes out of the barks and the natural dyes from the forests? You know, how many people can actually clothe ourselves anymore? So not only are they able to sustain themselves through food, they still have the knowledge of how to make their clothes. And of course, it always starts with painting yourself with a chote. Any celebration, any gathering starts with us being painted with this seed. And just a little glimpse. Usually I really don't like taking photographs of the people, but the leader asked me if I would take pictures during this event. And so it gives you also a glimpse into their lives. And this responsibility that they have living in amongst the forest like that. I just want you to look into these children's eyes. There's something so different to what we see in our children's eyes. Our children experience nature deficit disorder. They're not connected to the land on which they live. You know, the women, they go and dig up the yucca root and then they make their daily bread, as they always have done. They're preparing chonta here to make this fermented drink for the parties. And it's called a minga, what indigenous people have, and it's something we could learn from, which is every month, everybody comes together and you go and help someone. So you go to one person's farm and you go and help them, and then you go over to somebody else's and you fix something. And so coming into community work is so important. And these are the gadgets. You know, no blender, but you know, you don't need to send this to Repair Cafe to mash up the chonta in the preparation. And the elders, these are the wisdom keepers that know the uses of the edible and the medicinal plants of the jungle. Still, teenagers are able to make bows and arrows. You know, they still have these incredible skills. But aside from the Amazon, this is the cloud forest, which is more biodiverse than the Amazon itself. And we often just think of the Amazon as being the most biodiverse place. But this is where I ended up getting locked down in COVID. After 20 years, it was my last year this year. And I went for the great John Seed, ecologist, to write a report for him. And I thought I was going for a week, and I ended up there for 5.5 months in a 12,000 acre reserve. And so this is where I found myself. You know, I thought I must have done something good to end up in paradise. And of course, the cloud forest is called the cloud forest for a reason. It's always wet. And I just want to give you a glimpse of what biodiversity is, what lives amongst, you know, these rivers where you can still drink the water whilst you're swimming in them. To see land and to see water. Oh, why is this running with me, Tony, your gadget? I said, shall I bring my own clicker? Tony said, no, you can use my clicker. So let's just go back to the water. There we go. Orchids. There's over 400 registered species of orchids. Now, that's what's known, but there's still so much that hasn't been identified. And so just to see these colors and this vibrancy, you know, here, sadly, we have so little biodiversity. And, you know, so little has actually been identified by science within this reserve. We have all these crazy, weird and wonderful caterpillars and insects, over 800 species of moths, you know, 800 species of moths, and most still haven't been recorded there. So it gives us a glimpse into this buzzword, biodiversity. What does it really mean? And as we're losing so much here, and we have all these amazing looking, you know, creepy crawlies and scary looking things, but the diversity and the beauty to be in these, and most of it, of course, you don't see. I was just lucky to see this cicada emerging, and a choco guam, that bird which is endemic only to that area of the forest. But most of it, you know, I don't see. This was my bird table, slightly different to the bird table that I have here, but this is what I ended up coming to visit me. The scientists asked me to make an iNaturalist page because I was the only person up there in Los Cedros, and I made 500 observations during my time. But I felt that most of the time I was out walking, I didn't see anything. It was just green, but still, you know. I also started the campaign whilst I was there for the reserve, because even though it's a protected forest, a bosque protector. Unfortunately, it's still been given a mining concession for gold and for copper. Now, why do we need gold and copper? Electric vehicles, renewable energy. We have to remember also that this is where a lot of our minerals are going into. Now, even though the reserve has listed critically endangered species, it's still been given a mining concession. We think when something is protected, it's protected, but sadly it's not. And this is where it kind of brings us to see the way that nature is just not valued. This primary cloud forest, this KBA, this key biodiversity area, we can't put a value on it. They are selling it for $500 per hectare to be turned into cattle farming. That's the price for that diversity that you've just seen. I've been working on an initiative to how do we actually pay the people that live there, whether it's in the Amazon or in Africa, or people that live in these key areas that need protection. We have to find a way to pay them. We pay for our food and we pay for our water. What about we pay for our air? And we support the people that live there so that they can be the guardians of the forest, so that they are not driven into deforestation. They say to me all the time, we don't want to cut the trees down, but we want to send our children to school. The rivers don't flow like they used to with fish. A lot of indigenous people now buy canned fish. People need money for food, for medicine. We need to stop and look out at what we have and value it. I've been working with some other scientists on valuations of Los Cedros. And in the Constitutional Court of Ecuador, I spoke on a rights of nature case. And we valued at $210 million that reserve. And the reserve, $210 million just for carbon, the standing carbon and the soil carbon. But what about all that biodiversity? At the moment, we can't put a price on it. If we were to look at it in our anthropocentric way and say, well, what about pharmaceuticals? The more bacteria and the more fungi, the more possibility for antibiotics of the future. But we have to find a way of valuing an intact ecosystem over a tree plantation. And right now, it's easy to get carbon offsetting money to plant trees. But where's the money to send to the people so they don't have to cut down the trees? So we have 1,000 saplings planted over here and 1,000 ancient trees cut down over here. We're not prioritizing what needs to be done. And part of that is our disconnection with nature. And this idea that, as Tony said, you know, we're not a part of it. Nature's not over there. It's not the forest. It's not the Amazon. It's not NEP. You know, we are nature, and we're all doing the same thing. Just like this coral polyp. You know, it's using calcium carbonate, like we do, limestone, cement, to build a house. We do the same thing. We look for, you know, food. We look for protection. And it's now turning to nature. And instead of just learning about it, what's its Latin name and what does it do, what can we learn from it? How can we look to nature and look at the patterns, look at the colors? Think, well, nature's not using like some toxic chemical colors, and how are the materials so hard? We have the same building blocks of life. The science of biomimicry has got so much hope to what the new future will look like when we learn from nature, not just about it. But we also need to know what the future will look like. The cities that are green, parts of the land that is rewilded, and the key biodiversity areas, those last little jewels on our planet that are protected and really protected. And so, you know, that kind of gives us a bit of, you know, a global perspective from where we are here to the peoples in the Amazon and the cloud forest. and how they are driven to have this war on nature even though they don't want to, just so that they can survive. And at the end, like I came from the beginning, having a reverence for nature, because we only protect that which we love. And so stopping and really kind of acknowledging the earth and the water and the air and the fire as that which every single one of us in this room totally depends. And sometimes it's the simplest things that we forget. So I just want to leave now with just 3 little clips to give you some audio of what it sounds like there. So you might want to close your eyes and immerse yourself a little bit. And so this first one is the sound of the Amazon. And then we're going to be transported to the cloud forest. And we all know what a toucan looks like, but what do they sound like? And lastly, how we need to imagining our rivers once again, to be able to where we could all actually swim and drink from a river. And so I think we have to imagine that another world is possible. So imagining the bringing back of our waterways. So I'll leave it there, and so I hope that's taken you a little bit from our little kind of macrocosm, microcosm, where we are. And, you know, they always say kind of act locally, but think globally as well. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Fantastic stuff. A decent bit of context there for all of us. Now, I invite you to go back to your tables and 5 or 10 minutes discussing what you've heard, some thoughts, collect your ideas together, maybe make some notes on the cards that are around there. And we'll reconvene in just under 10 minutes' time. One more minute, please. Just one more minute. Bring your conversations to a close and we'll get going again. Thank you. Okay, can we settle down, please, and we'll get going again. By the way, if you want to move around when you have your discussions, that's allowed as well. Okay, can you take your seats, please, and we'll get going. Okay, thanks very much. Let's get going. Great, it gives me great pleasure now to introduce a good friend of mine, Paul Hannam. He's an international author and entrepreneur, worked for a while in Oxford University. Actually, we do a series of talks together, so it's great to be on the stage, actually physically again, because we've done most of them by Zoom. So, very great pleasure to introduce Paul Hannam. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, well, after these three wonderful talks, we're going to have a slight switch now. We've been looking a lot about our outer world, at Napa State, in the Amazon, and the state of nature. But for me, as a psychologist and environmentalist, so much of a problem lies within us. And this talk is very much about the connection between who we are, nature, society, politics. I'm going to be talking for 20 minutes, but I'll be around all day if you'd like to explore any of these issues. But for 22 years, what's really animated me has been one question. How can I and how can we enjoy a lifestyle that's good for us, is good for other people, and above all is good for nature? Is there a way forward that nearly 8 billion people can have a good standard of living, can be happy, can be healthy, can find fulfillment, but not at the expense of nature, but in harmony with nature? And I'd like to give an overview of this talk, Our Better Nature, and as Tony mentioned, we've done probably about 20 talks on this over the last year, so this is our first live talk, which is great to be back. First of all, I'd like to talk about some lessons I've learned in working around the world, at universities, also in green business and in communities, about why it's so hard to change and why we're in this state, but particularly focusing on the psychology. First of all, knowledge is not enough. I think in many ways, knowing the facts, especially as Tony outlined them, and not doing anything about it is just as bad as being a climate denier. Knowledge on its own is irrelevant. You might have heard about a wonderful quote from Edmund Burke, and to paraphrase it, all it takes for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. And for nature to collapse, all it needs is for us to know all the facts and look at the TV, look at David Attenborough documentaries and say, oh, it's terrible, isn't it awful? And then go back to our default way of living. And it's hard to change. And what we tend to do is we tend to look outside of ourselves. You know, Bill Gates wrote a book recently, very good book, but the basic premise of Bill Gates and many other people is that technology will save us. Some sort of green Silicon Valley revolution is going to come along and give us all the answers. Unfortunately, buying electric cars, putting solar panels on our roof isn't going to do it. As Nicola said, you know, a lot of it still requires extraction industries. Electric cars are better than petrol and diesel cars, but they're not the answer. But we're in a society where we tend to externalize problems. We say it's down to big business, it's down to science, it's down to technology to come and save us. But it won't be enough. It really won't be enough, especially in the timescales. We are locked into a highly dysfunctional system where money is triumph, where hypergrowth dominates everything, where all the measures are economic, and it's so insidious. We're rather like goldfish in a bowl. We're not aware of the water. We're not aware of the insidious nature in everything we do of this absolute dysfunctional system where money trumps, and a good verb to use at the moment, trumps everything else. We're also addicted to a toxic lifestyle. Now, I'm not talking about us in our room in particular, although we all have part of this, but the world as a whole, if you look on social media, if you look at popular culture, what's it all about? Unfortunately, it's not about what the Napa state, it's not about rewilding, it's not about the Amazon, it's about acquisition, it's about consumerism, it's about more is better. It's something outside there is going to make us happier, a bigger house, a better relationship. It's always about change, it's always about more. And, you know, children, and we as children, have been exposed to millions of messages at a very profound level have affected us. But I've also learned that we are the problem. Again, we tend to look outside for answers, but the hard work is looking inside and being honest about who we are and what it means to be human. And we can blame politicians, but every study shows the vast majority of the electorate, their concerns are money, income, jobs, family, and immediate concerns in countries. And when political parties have tried to come, in most countries, hopefully Germany is going to be different and a few others, but in most Western countries, environmental issues come way down the pecking order. Now, I'm not attributing blame to this, but we need to understand that business and politics is a cycle. It's not just them controlling and manipulating us, they're also meeting what they believe are our needs. So we want to look at what is the source of this issue, and one of the sources is our human nature. If you look at the work of some Nobel Prize-winning scientists or psychologists like Daniel Kahneman or the economist Richard Thaler, what they've shown is that humans have what we call present bias. We are hardwired to deal with immediate issues, issues within our own surroundings. We're hardwired to deal with concrete issues. We are not hardwired to deal with abstract, long-term, complex, far-off problems like climate breakdown, like ecosystems. It's very, very hard for us because we're basically cave people with iPhones. You know, in our neurological structure, we're still designed to live in small communities, be moving around, and we're not designed to deal with these very complex big problems. So in some level, we need to override our human nature. And at the level of cognitive psychology, we don't like change. We hang on to, we crave security. We're driven by fear more than anything else. So again, we need to override these. Now, we can override these, and we do, and we can turn to our culture. But what does our culture and conditioning tell us, like we've just talked about? What it tells us is you go and earn more money, you get a house, you travel abroad, you get more stuff, then you'll be happy. You live what the American documentary once called affluenza. Yeah? If you're a great program to say, we all suffer from affluenza. And it's this great myth that money will make us happy. But in my work in positive psychology, the evidence points very much the other way. And I'll come on to that in a minute. And the great Krishnamurti had a quote, it's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And we are, you know, we're seen as mad if Extinction Rebellion is attacked. Oh, look at those people. I hear people talk about it. Even in my my local green groups, there's still the versions, people are different. I see them as heroes. I see the people who are breaking out of the norm and doing the hard work the same way I look at the suffragettes or the civil rights movement in the 60s. When we look back from a historical perspective, they will be our real heroes. But we also have this wonderful thing called our better nature. Religions could call it soul, spirituality call it our higher self. But we are not just one personality. What we know from psychology and in psychotherapy, we look at things like multiple personalities, multiple sub-personalities. We have this ability to merge between different sides of us. And our better nature is the nature that you bring here today, that is profoundly moved when you look into the eyes of the children that Nicola showed us, that is profoundly moved when you hear from Izzy how we have destroyed our wildlife systematically in the last 70 years. You know, it can't help but touch us. And we have to preserve, we have to nurture, we have to build, we have to enhance our compassion, our caring, our altruism, because they're just as natural as our present bias. They're just as much a part of us as what Richard Dawkins called our selfish gene. But we have to create a lifestyle, we have to create a philosophy of life, we have to create groups which encourage our better nature and reduce our conditioning and override our evolutionary nature, if you like. And above all, we need a new story about the good life and what matters most. In my professional work as a psychologist, when I work with people, it always comes back to the stories we tell ourselves. Often we'll try and change things about us, we'll change relationships and things, we'll change our knowledge, we'll learn new skills. But the key deep change that I've found comes from changing the story about who you are. And the story that those children in the Amazon have about what's important, who they are, where they've come from, where they're going, is materially and very different to the stories that we have. And we need a story about where we're going in the future to live in harmony with nature. We need a story about our better nature. We need a story about these needs and these profound, authentic needs for compassion, for appreciation, for connection. We can have all these things and come back to my initial question, to build a society on these core needs rather than needs for entitlement, for status, for power, for control, for wealth, for conspicuous consumption. So I'm flashing forward too. And what we know from studying positive psychology, from studying those societies, particularly in places like Scandinavia, which are happier than America, which might have a higher standard of living, is what we really want. We need our basic needs for physical health, and you all know Maslow, I'm sure, mental health, a good standard of living, reasonable standard of living. We need employment, we need freedom, community, fulfillment, security. But I'm particularly interested in this lower one, because this, for me, is the genuine source of happiness, is fulfillment, a sense of belonging to our place, which I think we've lost so much. A sense of meaning, which many people get from religion, from spirituality. But what greater meaning is there than connecting to nature, than seeing ourselves as part of nature? And it's a story about contributing to the earth, not just consuming it. Again, you know, there's this insidious undercurrent of society, but the whole purpose is to consume as much as we can. And just consuming green cars, consuming renewable energy, consuming eco-holidays, eco-tourism is just another form of consumption. And it's almost like our dominant sort of neoliberal economic system is just hijacking and taking over the environmental movement and just telling us, well, okay, no need to consume fossil fuels anymore, start consuming these things. But I think we need to fundamentally look at why we want to consume. What is it giving us? And how much better it could be if we actually contribute. Because we know from studies that people who volunteer, people who are givers rather than takers, is a very interesting area I work in, are far happier. And they're healthier. And they find fulfillment. There needs to be this switch over. We need a story about humans and nature can both flourish, and we've heard some beautiful examples of that already this morning. Who here likes Star Trek? Am I the only one, maybe? I actually went to a Star Trek convention once and wore the kit, but that's another story. In Star Trek, I don't know if you know the history of it. It was actually written by a man called Gene Roddenberry, who was a real visionary. He was a bit like Buckminster Fuller, and he believed that humanity had this wonderful future where we could solve all these problems and live at a far more evolved level. And in Star Trek, there was something called the Prime Directive, and that was you never interfere with an alien civilization. You never interfere, so it's like the opposite of colonialism. I think we need a prime directive for our better nature, is that we do not interfere with nature, and that everything we do, the first thing we consider for every decision is not the economics, not the social aspects, not the political aspects, cultural aspects, but what is the impact of nature? That needs to impact what we do individually, as communities, and as businesses, and every other organisation. And, it's skipping it as well here, it's going its own way. And I'd like to end by just talking about, for me, my great hero, Einstein. not just because of his physics, but if you read his books well, he became very spiritual as he got older. And he was fascinated by the mystery of life. And there are some wonderful quotes, and just one I'm sure you all know, is that we can't solve the problems that were created at the same level of consciousness that the level of consciousness created, and we need a new level of consciousness. But my favorite quote is this: there are two ways to live. One is though nothing is a miracle, and the other is though everything is a miracle. Now, some of us, Nicola talked about gratitude. In my work with private clients and organizations, I do a lot of work on positive psychology, and by far the most powerful process we do is what we call the 30 days gratitude journal. And I get people to start and end every day with what they're grateful for. Not what they want, not what they think will make them happy, not what needs to change to make them happy or what they need to acquire, but appreciating what they already have. If you do that for 30 days, it has a very profound impact. And for most people, it's the most powerful technique, and it's used now for treatments of depression, anxiety, it's used in psychotherapy. Because what we're trying to do is go back to a time where we focused on what we had, and we had the rituals of gratitude. So that's my talk, and here are some questions just to consider, maybe to talk about. And please come to me anytime during our day. What is our better nature, and what is our new story? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. The rest of the period is yours now. The idea is to talk again as some groups and then have a break. And there's plenty of stands around. And as you say, our wonderful friends from Crew Cab Coffee are still out there serving. So you can eat your sandwiches as well. But before you either carry on in your groups or decide between you what you're going to do next, can I just hand over to Dan Osborne, who's leading the afternoon session, so he can explain what's happening there.
Okay, so the afternoon session is very much about what could we do? Okay, what action can be taken? Who can take action? Sorry, and we'll pick up some of Paul's points. And we've got a few people who have different perspectives on how to take action in communities. So it's really about the individual and the community level. So amongst all that is a question as to what should we say to the COP about climate change and the biodiversity crisis which are running together. So there's been an opportunity for you to have a look at something I've drafted that David Johnson might take to the COP, because David's going with his CPRE hat on. So there's an opportunity there for us to get a message across. So do stay for the afternoon. Do make your ideas clear. Chip in everything you can on the cards that are on the tables. We'll gather all those up at the end of the day and draw them together so we can make the best use of your ideas. So it's very much about what you think this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greenwash travelling circus, which drew its name from Blooming Ada, the goddess of our lovely river, which comes down from Nep. And so I was very interested in what Isabella Tree had to say about the beauties of having a clean river. Right, so the Blooming Greenwash travelling circus, we cycled down to Cornwall and we sang on the way, and this is a song from that. And if some of you might know the refrain to it, which was Green Door, we've changed it to Greenwash. Okay. Greenwash, what's that bollocks you're preaching? They can't see anything. Shell and BP, carbon offset teaching. To us for stacking vested interest leaching. Where the heart and soul, you can do a lot without the greenwash. Greenwash. Don't know what comes next, but I'm sure it's best without the greenwash. Greenwash. For the sake of the kids, let us be rid about the greenwash. 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 We're not overheating. Rebellion, just a load of middle class bleating. Is Glasgow just another pointless meeting? Well, the VIPs are always flying jets, they need their greenwash. Greenwash. When they do what's best in their interest and they use greenwash. Greenwash. But justice don't work so well when you use greenwash. Greenwash. Greenwash, the smile that knows that it's all right. To spend more for economical sunlight. Never mind the future not looking too bright. You can fly a lot, you can drive a lot when you use greenwash. Greenwash. You can spend a lot, you can make it hot when you use greenwash. Greenwash. And I've forgotten what comes next, so we're singing this line when you use greenwash. 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 We're not over... No, I've done those. Well, do what's best in their interest. And I'll give up.
Okay, Henry, I don't know how you're going to follow that, but I'm sure you will. Henry Brocklebank, everybody, who's from Sussex Wildlife Trust and has been leading a lot of the marine conservation that's been going on, especially Help Our Kelp. Henry, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope you've all had a good break and an inspiring morning. So yeah, I'm from Sussex Wildlife Trust. Please go and visit our stall at the back of the hall later on. And I've been asked to bring some of the presentations we've seen so far today back to Sussexerize them, which is a word. So I want to just consolidate my own experience, and I'd be really interested in other people's experience about this. I've been 20 years working in nature conservation plus, and I've never met anyone who actually hates nature, okay? So everyone's got their own experience in nature. Everyone in this room will have their own experience in nature. Some people, and I have met people who are, they're indifferent about nature, they're not that bothered. Some people are a bit annoyed by it, and they find it a bit of an inconvenience. But most people, actually, if you talk to them, claim to love nature. So that has to be a good starting point, which means that most people will get moved by this picture of beautiful hedgehogs. Most people will see the exquisite beauty in this orchid. So, good starting point. So, if a love of wildlife is almost everywhere, it's the inability to prioritise it that seems to be the problem. We're not so good at that. So, we're talking really about collectively changing behaviours. So, I'm quite interested in that, changing behaviours, and how do you change behaviours? So, somebody breaks a mould. And we've heard from Izzy about how they've broken the mould at Neb. Somebody sets an inspiring vision. I mean, Tony spent his career setting inspiring visions. You need those vision makers. And inclusivity, absolutely critical, showing people what's possible and how to do things. Telling the story, making sure that we all get that nature is for everyone. But this is the bit that, for me, is a really critical bit. We have to make brave decisions, and those brave decisions, what is a brave decision? It's not necessarily just about the environment in life. This is a life thing, that sometimes we just have to speak up. Sometimes we're not going to know what's happened if we speak up. We are going to be stepping into uncharted territory. And we all have a sphere of influence. And what can we do to extend our sphere of influence? So I'm going to kind of elaborate a bit on that sphere of influence. I'm going to use two examples. I'm not just going to be talking about marine. I'm going to take one example that's marine, and I'm going to take one example that's on land. So you all live in Shoreham. I hope you've all heard of the Help Our Kelp campaign. And just in summary, the map at the top shows trawling pressure in Sussex. The map below shows where kelp records have been in the past. And this is one of those horrendous and shocking pieces that in the 1980s, there was a huge kelp forest off our West Sussex coast. Recorded, evidenced, it was there. Now, we have less than 4%. Since the 1980s, while we've all been sitting here in West Sussex, that has happened. And, but the good news is this has been recognised, and the value of the ecosystems have been recognised, and we now have a trawling bylaw which takes trawling, which was accepted as a major impact on why we've lost the kelp and how it hasn't been able to come back. So we now have a bylaw that is pushed trawling offshore. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this. So first of all, just to whet your appetites, and I don't know how many times I've actually heard this clip and the film it comes from, but I still get a bit emotional because this is my all-time hero talking about somewhere that means a lot to me.
These underwater forests are among the most productive places on Earth, supporting a huge range of marine life.
So that's David Attenborough talking about Sussex. I mean, how cool is that? And there's something about rewilding our seas that it's impossible not to connect in with that. It's so straightforward. It's just like, let's let our seas be wild again. And so we have, as a result of this bylaw, as a result of the fact that here in Sussex we have the opportunity for 200 square kilometres of ecosystem restoration as a result of that bylaw pushing trawling out. So that's incredible. And I want to talk about it from an individual perspective, a community perspective, and a society perspective. So normally when I do presentations, I talk all about the kind of ecology and the science of it, but I'm going to talk about the people. So the first person I'm going to talk to is someone who really used their sphere of influence. So this is a guy called Eric Smith. He's a diver based in Lancing. He's actually a world champion free diver, and he has been diving since the 1950s off the Sussex coast. He remembers the kelp. He was swimming through that kelp when he was a boy. He has, since the kelp disappeared, been writing to people left, right and centre going, help, the kelp is disappearing, it's the trawling that's doing it, writing letters, okay? This guy did everything he could in his sphere of influence. This is a fisherman from Bognor. He's retired now, but it's just really interesting to hear this, especially in relation to what Nicola was telling us all about in the Amazon. So, let me...
Right, so one of the reasons why we wanted to get involved with you guys is that we understand and we realise now that fishing can't continue as it is. It's getting to the point where are we going to be happy when we catch the last lobster, the last crab, the last fish and the last whelk, and then what we're going to do? Blame who? We've got to blame ourselves. To prove to a lot of fishermen that, look guys, you can still earn a living doing it sustainably and responsibly, because if we aren't responsible at the moment, we're not. We are literally, you can harvest it or we can rape it, and you're not happy unless you've got 6,000 pots out there and they're doing a 25-hour day. And so what we want to do now is work to reinstate the kelp beds on the ledge. When I was a kid, we used to have such fun on that ledge. The lobsters, the crab, the prawns, you know, It's nothing there now. It's empty. It's gone. And we've got to look after what we got. Got to do it.
So I find that, I think this is about our Sussex local communities, and I think that's a really important thing to remember. I'm also going to talk about a really important cup of coffee. So here we have a guy, Dr. Sean Ashworth of the Sussex Inshore Fisheries. He received one of those letters from Eric, and he was in a position to do something with it. So Sean and his colleagues at the Sussex Inshore Fisheries and Conservation Authority are like, what can we do about this issue around trawling and its impact on the ecosystems? And so they were starting to put together the bones of the bylaw, which has a full statutory consultation period to it. A lady gets in touch with him. She rings him up. She's actually concerned about cockle collectors in Chichester Harbour. And she rang him up and said, what are you going to do about the seashell, the crustacean collectors in the harbour? And he happened to be in the area. She's called Sarah, there she is. And they had a coffee to discuss that issue. And then at the end of the discussion about the Chichester Harbour issues, she said, oh, what are you up to? What's IFCA doing at the moment? And he told her about the kelp and how the kelp had disappeared. Now, and over their cup of coffee. So here's Sarah. Sarah actually used to dive off Sussex. She remembers the kelp. Sarah also was a filmmaker, and so she then used her sphere of influence. So I think as a result of Sarah's actions, the Help Our Kelp project really started getting off the ground. So nobody realised she was not just a filmmaker, she was like an award-winning filmmaker, and she only goes and phones up David Attenborough and says, do you want to do the narrative on our film? And he got back to her straight away. And she answers the phone and he said, oh, who's this? He goes, it's David. And she's, David who? But that's the point. She used her sphere of influence. She reached out, and then he exactly knows how to use his sphere of influence. So as a result of that, rather than 4, 5, 6 people responding to a consultation on a fisheries bylaw, 2,500 people responded to that fisheries bylaw. And that level of community local interest is maintained and grows. This is just a stakeholder map from one subgroup of our kelp work looking at sedimentation. There was 35 organisations represented who want to do work to look at the sedimentation impacts and how to reduce sedimentation in our marine geography. We've got divers going out now all the time doing research, collecting eDNA. We've got amazing underwater cameras that are recording to measure the biodiversity. We've got Sussex IFCA deploying underwater drones. And most importantly, we're filming stuff so we can tell the story. We lost the kelp because it was out of sight and out of mind. So we're not going to let it get out of sight, out of mind. And when we're filming, this is the sorts of things that we see. Okay, you ready? This is like 2 weeks ago. So that was just 2 weeks ago. The kelp is coming back. So you remove the trawling and the kelp is starting to return. But I want to look at this on an individual basis. So there's something really amazing happening in Sussex around the marine environment. And on an individual basis, we've got people that, we've got amazing and inspirational stories about bravery, tenacity, leaps of faith, intelligence, creativity, generosity, honesty. All of those things have built together into something really amazing. And this is also all about communities, about feeling part of something big and exciting and beautiful and local as well. This is ours. This is our Blue Planet story here in Sussex. And society, that is changing in front of our eyes. There is a new perception of the marine environment in Sussex that's really, really growing. What threat do people bring, I think, is also quite interesting. Poor decisions. Now, poor decisions in the marine environment are not over. They're happening, but we're in a stronger place to deal with them. And also haste, that wonderful human quality of forgetting to give nature space and wanting to burst in with human intervention. It's actually give nature a chance. My second example is going to be terrestrial. And Izzy showed us the Okavango Delta images of the Knepp estate. So that's an amazing view of Horsham District. This is also what Horsham District can look like from an aerial photograph. So it's not all Okavango Delta, unfortunately. We have a project called Wider Horsham District, which is just working with Horsham District Council specifically to create nature recovery network in the district. But what were the early hurdles, the human-generated early hurdles? So they're really interesting. The biodiversity crisis isn't here. It's an Amazonian thing. It's not here. It's somewhere else. And visualising the future, that's exactly what Paul was saying. So we're very good at this short-termism, but actually let's actually think long-term. So there's a body of work to just explain about species movements, how climate envelopes are changing, how the south of France is coming to the south of England, how there's blocks in the way for wildlife being able to move, how we need networks for wildlife to move. And this issue about global extinction versus local extinction, which is, I find really interesting. This is Sussex. Are we losing these mega herbivores and these charismatic species? So take the crocodile. Okay, everybody identifies a crocodile. They're actually very, very threatened. But what's the predator in our rivers? Otters. Do you know how excited we get if we have an otter in Sussex? Hunted to virtual extinction, just coming back decades later. The African hunting dog, wild dog. So really, really one of the most endangered species in the world, which is where our hedgehog is heading. So, I mean, that just makes me cry, the fact that children haven't even seen hedgehogs. The blue morphous butterfly, which is very threatened from habitat fragmentation in other parts of the world, but here in Sussex, we've got the wood white, also incredibly vulnerable to habitat fragmentation. And this is called the jade vine, one of the rarest plants in the world. But actually, our beautiful orchids of the South Downs, there is such a vulnerable habitat. It's here. And then the ongoing risks, so development. We live in Sussex, we know all about development. The fact that our rivers are disconnected from their floodplains and not providing that flood storage. The fact that a lot of our woodlands are losing their biodiversity value. This is not rewilding, this is abandonment. They're two different things. And our wetlands, and our grasslands, etc. So that's the background to why we need to create these nature recovery networks. So working with Horsham District Council has been a really interesting piece of work. 3 pieces: resilient organisation, resilient landscape, and resilient communities. Resilient organisation is really interesting because it's like, if we've got a 5-year project with you, we don't want to walk away and you're no better off. You don't have a deeper, more profound understanding of your impact on biodiversity as an organisation. So it was a piece of work to work specifically with councillors, with staff in different departments. But really critically, we've developed a nature recovery network vision for the district. And we have officers on the ground that are going out and talking to landowners about that nature recovery vision, and do they want to be part of it, and talking to communities on the ground. So obviously there's our landowner advisor talking to a landowner, and actually this is landowners big and small. It might be small interventions, it might be putting some large woody debris dams in woods, which is basically mimicking beavers, so that the woodland will have more wet habitat. You'll push the water out in flood events, for example. But it might be something really ambitious. This is a photo of a landowner that basically wants to do a full NEP on his land. So these opportunities are out there, and this is really, really exciting. And everybody we talk to, there's a spectrum, isn't there? There's the full NEP, and then there's some stuff you might do in part of your garden. There's a whole spectrum out there. But what we know when we're talking to landowners and managers is most people have got a business model that actually they need to make their business work, but what can they do more ambitious for nature and still actually make their living? And then talking to communities is, of course, brilliantly exciting, because this is a parish that we spent some time working with, and now they're talking to the next door parish. So they're talking about the nature recovery network that goes beyond their parish and into the neighbouring parish, which is brilliant. That's exactly how it should happen. The most important thing, if we come back to the people side of it, this is driven by goodwill. This is driven by people's desire to do something good for nature. So as I said right at the beginning, people actually do love nature in different ways, but they love nature. It can fit into their lives and their business models and their plans for the future, and they can use their sphere of influence to bring more to the vision all the time. So in this Horsham example, so individuals, this is all about individuals and their desire to be part of a network, and the willingness of individuals to break the mould as well, to do something different from what they've always done before, work in a new way, and it's about everybody using their sphere of influence. For communities, again, this is all about communities as well. Our landowner advisor isn't going to go around and tell everyone in Horsham District, oh, you could do this, you could do that. Actually, it's about that lily pond effect of people inspiring each other. So that's a really exciting journey. And society, what's a society? Well, actually, for a local authority to go into a 5-year project like this with such a determined and strong vision, I think takes a real sense of ownership of the problem in the first place. So this is actually very brave. This is the only example I know in Sussex, in South East England, in the UK, of a district council taking this level of responsibility for their vision. However, but what threat do people bring? That's exactly the threat that people bring, is a local authority has got a lot of jobs. One of their jobs is as a local planning authority. They are responsible for those housing allocations, so let's not be naive to that. But are our national policies, our societal issues, are they going to be something that undoes all this good work? So that's something that we really need to make sure we all use our sphere of influence to influence that national policy-making way. There's other issues, conflicts of interest, the classic economy or ecology, your money or your life, and sleights of hand. So false presentations of risks to nature. These are all at play when you're looking at this kind of sphere of work. So finally, I just want to finish on the fact that we're right at the beginning in 2021 at what's called the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which is a very uplifting concept, I must admit. And so I'm very excited about that, especially because this work on the kelp really started this year in March 2021, and Wilder Horsham District is just sort of starting off now. So we have our decade of ecosystem restoration, but for me personally, and then also listening to everything that's been said, I think for me this is my personal decade on hope. This is the decade where we've got to do it. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
That was fantastic, Henry. Thank you so much. So many positive examples, and not diminishing the risks and the threats to it, but how you can cut through all that. We're going to give you 10 minutes in your groups now. Don't forget to get the comment cards coming. They're really good comments at the back there, all building towards the final conversation. So 10 minutes in your groups. Spheres of influence. What's your sphere of influence? What are you going to do next about it? Thank you. That was so good. That was so good. Really inspirational. Excellent. Yeah. Really great, positive examples. It was just right. It's absolutely right. Yes. Yeah. The story's unfolding. So it's really good. Well done.
That's not water tables don't have any, so they're not in the right thing.
Jerry. Okay. Thanks very much. We're just going to move on to the next bit. Lightning speed. So for the next session, Professor Dan Osborne, who's also the chair of the campaign for the protection of rural England, Sussex, is going to introduce the afternoon session and the first speaker in the afternoon session. There we go, Dan.
Thank you, Rosalind. Thanks, everybody. So this afternoon is very much aimed at getting your views. There are two things on the table, because we're talking a little bit about climate change in this section. One is 5 points to start people thinking. 5 points to start people thinking, and then another one-page document, a pre-meeting draft of a message that David Johnson might take to the COP. And the question will be, do you agree with that, or do you want to amend that, or anything like that? So quite a lot for you to think about. But a lot of the speakers this morning were talking about individuals and individual decision-making and individual actions. And a lot of that is based on behaviour change. So I've asked Elizabeth Corker from the UCL Behaviour Change Unit to come and say a few words to us about the latest thinking on that and how we can note what's going on in the psychological field and you use that to advantage. So, Liz.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. I was just saying to Brian that this is the first sort of face-to-face thing that I've done for about 2 years, so do forgive me if I seem a bit rusty. I'm sure we'll all get the hang of it again. So thank you for inviting me to speak today. My name is Liz Corker. I'm a Senior Research Fellow in Behaviour Science at the Centre for Behaviour Change at UCL. I'm also a Chartered Clinical Psychologist, and my interests really lie in how human behaviour can impact on problems that we face as a society, and one of those problems that I'm interested in is climate change. So I really hope that the topic I'll be introducing today, which is behaviour change interventions, will be helpful for you and in the thinking about management of the environment, which is of course related to behaviour. So just quickly as an introduction to the Centre for Behaviour Change, the CBC, the Centre emerged out of a consensus that understanding and bringing about behaviour change could best be advanced by interdisciplinary thinking and opportunities. So we aim to bring together academics, policymakers and practitioners and individuals across lots of different disciplines and sectors to translate behavioural theory and evidence into practice and to make that process more accessible. So hopefully that's what I'll be doing today. So today I'm going to introduce you to a very simple model of behaviour change, which is called the COM-B model, which will help you to understand behaviour. I'll also be talking very briefly about the Behaviour Change Wheel, which is a framework for designing behaviour change interventions. And I'll quickly introduce you to a method for evaluating and applying interventions to local contexts, and that's called the APPEASE criteria. Throughout, I'm going to try and weave in a climate-relevant example, but I'm sure you've all got lots of examples that we can talk about. So, first of all, it's really important to say that behaviour can influence the environment in lots of different ways. There's just a couple of examples here. It's definitely not exhaustive. And behaviour change interventions can help individuals or groups to adapt behaviours to include changes in their everyday lives and also to maintain these positive changes to develop new routines and habits. So additionally, behaviour change adopted by policymakers can also have a really big impact on big groups of behaviour. The main point here is that everything, any sort of change that we're talking about, everything is dependent on behaviour. So we can have all the evidence in the world, we can have all the guidelines in the world, but they're pretty much meaningless if we don't have an idea about how to implement them. So that's really something that hopefully will come across today. The other key point is that behaviour does not happen in a vacuum. Behaviour operates within a system of other behaviours, and those behaviours are within individuals and between individuals, and behaviours also are influenced very heavily by social and material factors. So if we have an opportunity, if we have an understanding of the system of behaviours that we're trying to influence and those influences, then we can start to identify where best to intervene and how to intervene. So one model of behaviour, the COMBI, which is handily placed up here, represents behaviour as an interacting system. So COMBI stands for capability, opportunity, motivation and behaviour, and it describes the interaction between these constructs. So just specifically, capability refers to the psychological or physical ability to enact a behaviour. Motivation refers to the reflective and automatic mechanisms that activate or inhibit behaviour. And opportunity refers to the physical and social environments that prevent or enable behaviour, which is the opportunity bit is the thing that people miss a lot. So in terms of intervention design, behaviour change intervention, these are the main steps that we endorse at the CBC, and they are identifying a target behaviour, making a behavioural diagnosis, in inverted commas, using a framework to guide the intervention, and selecting specific techniques that will enact the desired change that the intervention is trying to outcome. And I'll go through each of these very briefly. So first of all, to identify the target behaviour, we need to identify the problem in behavioural terms, and that means describing the behaviour in the most precise terms possible. And we use this example, we use this in different contexts that we speak in. So the example on the slide here is wound management, which is clearly not behavioural specific. Here it would be climate mitigation, which is not behaviourally specific enough for this context. What we need to know is who needs to do something. So is that a citizen? Is it a policy maker? What do they need to change, or what do they need to do differently? When and how often do they need to change, and when does this change need to occur? So very quick example. If we think that changing the eating behaviours of students might have a positive impact on the environment, and that we're also thinking that perhaps university canteen staff are more amenable to change their behaviours than individual students, then perhaps our target behaviour would be for university canteen staff to only serve plant-based food in UK universities for 3 days a week. So that's the level of the specificity that we're talking about here. Next, the COMBI can be used to make a behavioural diagnosis where we take our target behaviour and analyse it in terms of what needs to change for the behaviour to occur, and we need to assess if the behaviour change required is related to a problem with capability, a problem with motivation, or a problem with opportunity. So with our example of the canteen staff, we need to assess why this behaviour isn't happening already, and there's lots of different options. 3 of them could be that the canteen staff are unskilled to deliver plant-based options, which would be an issue of capability. Staff may feel that the intervention would be ineffective, so that would be an issue of motivation. Or the staff might actually have to put on so many different dietary requirements that actually they don't have time to implement something different. So that would be an issue of opportunity. And this analysis will really help you to hone in on the appropriate target for an intervention, and will also form the basis of your intervention design. Thirdly, we need a framework to guide the design of our intervention. And in order to design an effective intervention, we need a framework that is comprehensive to make sure that we're not missing potentially effective options. The framework also needs to be coherent to allow for systematic methods of intervention design and intervention evaluation. And finally, it needs to be linked to a model of behaviour so that we can draw on the insights of behaviour science. So one framework that's available for use is the behaviour change wheel, which is displayed here. And I don't know if you can see it from where you're sitting, but at the centre of the behaviour change wheel is the COMBI model that we just discussed. And the next layer are 9 intervention functions, which are the headings under which interventions can fall. And there's some examples there of training or restructuring the environment. That's the physical or social environment. And then the outer layer of the behaviour change wheel is made up of policy categories. And we've included these because they're there to think about how behaviour is maintained in the long term. And these are usually represented by decisions that are made by people in authority, not by little old me. So going back to our canteen example, if we find that the main issue for canteen staff is not knowing how to prepare a range of plant-based meals, then we would go ahead and implement a training intervention. Finally, we need to think about the specific behaviour change techniques to use in the behaviour change intervention. So behaviour change techniques are often referred to as BCTs, just in case there's a bit of jargon that slips in there. And these are discrete, low-level components of interventions that have the potential to change behaviour. So far we've identified 93 BCTs, which include action planning, feedback on behaviour, and instruction on how to perform a behaviour. And we're actually in the process of overhauling this bit, so watch this space, I guess. And then appropriate BCTs for us to use in our canteen training intervention might be a demonstration of the behaviour, instruction on how to perform the behaviour, and feedback on outcomes of the behaviour. Finally, a helpful framework to evaluate an intervention or to assess whether an existing intervention can be adapted for a local context is the APPEASE criteria. And here the idea is that we assess the intervention or the plan of an intervention according to the criteria of affordability, practicability, effectiveness, acceptability, side effects, and equity. And again, the equity and the side effects, I think, are things that people sometimes just gloss over, so I think they're really important. And this will give us a really good idea about the overall impact that an intervention might have, or whether an intervention is going to be suitable for different local contexts that you might be working in. So, just in summary, to design a behaviour change intervention based on the psychology of behaviour science, we need to start by understanding the problem in behavioural terms, then make a behavioural diagnosis for which a COM-B can be really useful, and then we need to consider the full range of effective interventions and supportive policies for which the behaviour change wheel can be really useful. And finally, we need to select and implement relevant BCTs, behaviour change techniques. So I already did it. And that's the end of my whistle-stop tour of behaviour change interventions. My email address is there. If anybody wants any of the papers that were sort of flashed up on the slides, just send me an email. I can send you all the information that's there. And thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Liz, for that. So from that, you probably gather we do know a lot about how people can be helped to change their behaviour, whether it's you, me, or the neighbour you're sitting next to on the bus, or whether it's a policymaker. So we know how to do these things. So the question is, can we, identify clearly what the issues are? Can we create opportunities? Can we help motivate people? And can we always make sure that the different people in society have got all those capacities and capabilities they've got to begin to make these changes in a way that's permanent? So those are the kinds of things that Liz's group know about. And I think you'll leave the slides with us, Liz. And it's a bit of a toolkit for groups to use to help think through how you actually get people to change their behaviour. Henry talked about this earlier. Nicola talked a lot about some of these things in the Amazon context. You could even use it with an economist, perhaps, to get them to change the way they're thinking about valuing the economy. Going back to what Nicola said about, what land is being bought for in the Amazon. You compare that to the value of carbon emissions a year and what the Amazon can do for that, then we're really talking about a completely disproportionate issue about values, which is where we started the day with Tony talking. Yeah? So trying to get people to change their behaviour, then they'll change the way they think. That's how the brain is set up. You have to change behaviour and then thinking changes. I have a colleague at King's College, Chris de Meyer, who does a lot of work on this. Look up Chris de Meyer's work, as well as Liz and Susan Mitchie. Okay? And then you'll find out a lot more about how to change your own behaviour as much as anyone else's. Okay, so thanks for that. The panel this afternoon will gradually expand in response to the questions you've got. So some of your cards are already going up on the back. So please do pass your cards to the back. And there are a couple of people who are looking at what themes are emerging. But this afternoon's panel is Marie-Claire Brisbois from Sussex University, if you want to come up. Brian Kilkelly, who runs a consultancy all about doing things about climate change. And Brian previously worked in a European context in this way as well. and several other people in the room who might chip in with your own expertise, because you know things that the experts don't know. Yeah, so we want to hear about that very much today and see where we can go. And during the afternoon, we'll bring Tony Whitbread back up onto the stage, etc., and get some inputs from other people. So we're quite a little bit ahead of time as to where we are for the moment. So could I ask perhaps, as we are a little bit ahead of time, Brian, could you say something about your own kind of work, what you're doing now, as well as perhaps what you did previously?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Oh, yep, great, fantastic. Good afternoon, and David, Dan, thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you again. And ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be in the room with you on this topic. So many of you, I'm sure, are aware that there are hundreds of thousands of businesses around the world who have yet to recognize that a massive transformation is upon them. So there are market opportunities, but there are also market risks for large, medium, and small enterprises around the world. So I'm working on a venture which is seeking really to open up their minds to the opportunities and to the risks of climate change. And we're providing a journey to really kind of help them to move them into a space where they can start to work with peers on addressing that challenge. And to give you a kind of a little bit of an anecdote, if you like, or a story about, where this thinking is coming from, is as Dan mentioned, I've been working for the European Commission for about 5 years on climate innovation with lots of leading organizations. And there's some really exciting work going on. I mean, there are some fantastic projects being funded by the EU, by the UK, American governments that are really kind of pushing forward into new areas. However, most of that thinking and work is not in the mainstream yet. So business as usual prevails, as we all well know, I'm sure. I was chatting to a gentleman who works for SE Tyres, which is a local tyre MOT garage in Sussex. There's about 5 or 6 of them dotted around. And I was just chatting about the fact that electric cars are coming and how is the garage kind of beginning to shift and recognize that all these electric cars are coming, and therefore servicing and maintaining electric cars is going to be very different to fossil fuel cars. And this chap, Gary, said to me, "Oh, don't worry, the boss will sell up before all that happens." And I just thought, the boss will sell up before it all happens. Yeah, maybe. But then I thought to myself as I walked away, who is he going to sell it to? And I thought to myself, that's exactly the problem, is that what he doesn't realize is that actually the market is shifting, so nobody's going to be wanting this garage anymore with its way of working with fossil fuel cars. There isn't going to be a market for that business even to sell it to. And in fact, the garages, if they're not brought up to an EPC level C level, so it's kind of energy performance certificate, you're not allowed to rent a commercial building from 2023 unless it's above EPCC. And a lot of business owners who are renting buildings, or are in a rented building don't realize that either. So change is coming fast, as we know. Petrol and diesel cars will be banned for new sales in about 10 years' time. That has a ripple-on effect even now to many businesses. So there are a number of kind of things happening in the market which will affect business. And I guess this venture, which is quite new, is about how do we get the attention of business owners to say, stop and think about this. You could be missing out on a big market opportunity here. And worse than that, you could be going out of business in 5 or 10 years' time because your business is no longer relevant. And this is not about making the light bulbs LED or recycling your plastic bags or about making your building slightly more efficient. In a way, that's good, and you should be doing that, but you're really just tinkering around on the edge here. The question is your business model, is what you do as a business going to be successful and vibrant and thriving, considering the planetary boundaries and considering the direction that we are going in, whether you believe it or not, but we are going to decarbonize. We all know it's going far too slowly, but it is happening. And actually, even the banks are aligning themselves on this. So as of next year, there's a new rule, which is that all major banks and financial institutions have to start reporting on their climate-related risks, which means they're now looking at their loans to small and medium-sized businesses, and they're asking the question, what's the climate risk on this loan of £1 million or £5 million or whatever it is? And how can we de-risk that loan? So actually, the bank managers are now going to start asking questions of these business owners to say, what are you doing about decarbonizing your business? Fantastic. So, we're in a good place. This is an exciting time, but we do need that kind of behavior change and that kind of, space. The opportunities, I suppose, are arriving, but we need to give these business leaders the opportunity, maybe the motivation and the capability to make those right decisions. So, a kind of an appeal to all of you is that, what can we do on this journey? We can ask those businesses that we do trade with, what are you doing to get yourself ready? And if you do know of businesses, perhaps, you can pass the message on and say, maybe you should be thinking about getting on your decarbonisation journey. Thank you.
So just to ask people in the room, how many... I'm sure many of you have things to do with businesses, but how many people in this room do not use a garage? Right, quite a lot. Don't use a garage for any purpose, either for getting their petrol or for servicing their car. Don't use a garage. Okay? So, but most of the people in the room are affected by Brian's anecdote. Okay? I can give you a similar anecdote about beach bars. I might do that later. It's good. It's good. Mary Claire, could you say something about your side of things? So we will know how to address things to people.
Sure. Yeah, okay. So my instructions were to talk for about 10 minutes. Near to my mouth. Okay. Yeah. So my instructions were to talk for about 10 minutes about behavior change and scaling behavior change. So I'm going to talk to you really about two things. And the first is about strong versus weak sustainability. And then the second is strong versus weak scaling of behavior change. So to talk about strong and weak sustainability, it sounds like we would much prefer strong sustainability and maybe we don't need the weak stuff. But it's not true. We actually need both. And so when I'm talking about weak versus strong, weak sustainability is really the tinkering at the edges that we were just talking about. So it's the easy to change things in our lives. We don't need to change much about how we go about our day-to-day. We can switch out our plastic toothbrush with a bamboo one. We can use reusable food wrap instead of plastic wrap, but it doesn't change our values. It doesn't change our practices, really. It doesn't change our culture, and it is completely in line with orienting our lives around an economic model that's focused on growth, or economic growth rather than economic sufficiency. So we definitely need those things, but they're not all we need. It's not enough. We also need strong sustainability. And strong sustainability is where we do change our values, we change our practices, we change our behaviors in ways that are really significant. And because of that, they demand more of us. It takes time, it takes effort. So even though it's a big decision, a big purchase, something like switching from a diesel or a petrol-powered car to an EV is actually, it's sort of a weak sustainability change because we're still going about our lives in the same way. We're not shifting fundamentally to a different mode of transportation. So you could switch to cycling, you could move closer to work, you could change your job to be closer to work so you don't need to travel. But those require a lot more effort, and anybody who's ever made the switch from driving a car to cycling knows that it takes more time. You need to think about different things. You pay attention to the weather in ways that you never ever did before. But you also, once you've spent a day or two on the roads around Brighton and Hove and Shoreham, you have a different perspective on the value of human life, on your own life. But you'll often find that new cyclists become very quickly political advocates, and they have a change of values. You're talking about you need to have the behavior change and then you have the value change. But it's a reorientation of what's important. You slow down. Your commute isn't just about getting somewhere. It's about getting exercise. People often enjoy it when they're not in fear of their lives. But it's a strong sustainability change. It's a behavior change. The same thing, a lot of my colleagues now, the ones who are able to, are switching to 4-day work weeks because they want to reorient their lives around things that matter to them, about relationships, spending time with their families, being able to have time to cook, to source their food sustainably and do those sorts of things. So those are strong sustainability actions. And then when we move to talk about scaling those, definitely we need to be scaling weak actions and we need to be scaling strong actions, and they feed each other. We need to be doing both. But where a weak scaling would be everybody, I mean, me buying my sister and her family bamboo toothbrushes as a helpful nudge, and then they start to buy them on their own. So it's in a silo. It's a behavior change. It's not necessarily affecting the rest of their life. It needs to happen, but we need to do more. Scaling strong behavior changes, or strong scaling of strong sustainability is, again, us talking about our values, us talking about these things that we value as a society that we would like to orient around more. And so when we're talking about that as individuals who want to make a change in the world right now, it means connecting. A lot of it is about connecting with others and building communities. So a lot of my work is about how to politically influence. And I talk about this at the highest levels, about how lobbying happens and how backroom deals get done, how we end up with policies that nobody thought we actually wanted, but some big companies wanted. But I also talk about this, about how we as communities and individuals affect change. And for us right now, really it's about finding the spaces where we can make change. That the arithmetic might change if we get to a point where we have a different government. But right now, it's really finding what you can do. And I mean, the climate crisis is terrible because it's going to affect every little bit of our lives, from our food to our transportation to our feelings of safety and security. But looking at it from the other side, it also makes it immediately accessible because we can all be working on different projects and we can all be contributing to the same ultimate goal, which is having a livable planet. And that means that for whatever each of you is interested in, you're able to make progress towards that goal by working it together. So shifting values involves getting people involved in doing things. It means connecting with people. Often it involves doing things in ways that are actually fun, but building those connections so that you can work together. And the way to sustain behavior change is often by creating a community who does the same things together and enjoying that. And so just one example. So in the run-up to the election in the US where Barack Obama was elected, they went out to their base because they knew they wanted people who had never voted before to vote and get engaged. And they said to people, have tea parties. Invite people over who aren't necessarily political, talk to them, but make it enjoyable, make it social, make it a community, make it something you would normally do. And so have food, have a conversation. And it really is the same principle with any change we want to make. Just bring people together, do things, enjoy it, and have fun, work towards a goal together. But the important piece and the change in values is building those connections and sustaining them, and then go to your MP and say, this is what we need to change. This is what we need from our councillor, and those sorts of things. I'll leave it there. I went on too long.
No, fine. Thank you. So amongst the things that have been said, there's a lot of things about building communities of action. And David Johnson will say something a bit later on about that. But one of the things we hope will come out of today, this afternoon, is that you, as groups of people, as individuals, will be able to perhaps exchange contact details or something like that. So you go and have those cups of coffee and those cups of tea and bring people with common interests together and begin to build your knowledge about these things and what to change and what you want to see change and when that change is needed and all the things Liz talked about, yeah, and even affect your bank manager. Go and ask your bank manager what they're doing about loans in terms of climate change. You know, Brian's told you it's happening. Go and find out if your bank manager does that, yeah? So that's the kind of thing that makes an immediate input because every bank manager is asked what the customers are saying. That goes right to the top of my bank, to HSBC. And that's how we'll get HSBC and the other banks to disinvest in fossil fuels. Put that in action forward. Say you don't want to bank with a bank that invests in fossil fuels. That has an effect. If that happens all over the country, the message will be heard. So for the moment, have you any immediate questions? Because the panel wants to know what your thoughts are. There's a period coming up for some discussions, and then we'll ask Tony to come and join us to hear about some of the themes that you've already identified. But has anybody got questions or views they want to express, questions particularly to Liz, Brian or Mariko?
Hello. Yep, am I on? Yep, cool. Yeah, so addiction, we would talk about addiction in behavioural terms as a reflective, an automatic motivation. So it's a drive, it's something that people don't have much conscious control over. But I guess this is a catch-22 for all of these behaviours. Nobody changes their behaviour unless they actually want to, or unless there's some sort of legislation or restriction, coercion type measure that's put upon them. And if you get into that sort of scenario, then probably what's going to happen is as soon as somebody can change their behaviour back, they will do, because it's not come from their own values. I think what we need to do, what do we need to do? These ideas about creating social opportunities for people to be able to reflect on what matters to them, what matters in terms of their values, what matters in terms of the world that they live in, how they want the world to look in, not just, I think we used to talk about it sort of 100 years' time. We're talking now like 2-5 years' time, aren't we? Like, what's the world going to look like then? What do we want the world to look like? Having those sorts of conversations locally will enable people to reflect on what their own motivations, values, beliefs, identities are. And that might help them to put some pieces together. It also might not. I think I mentioned I'm a psychologist, and one thing that humans are brilliant at is this thing called cognitive dissonance, where we can hold two completely opposite views in our heads at the same time and be completely fine with that. So this is really tricky. These are really tricky issues. But I think the first thing that we need to be able to do is to open up these conversations and make these issues a lot more mainstream, make these issues have a lot more force on what's happening in people's lives right now, or what's going to happen very, very soon. And that way we can help to push the boundaries for what opportunities are going to be available, which will then help with capabilities, and that feeds back into motivation. And it's getting people into that cycle. I'm not saying it's easy by any means, but I think that the key point is to have conversations with people and to find out what their values are and where they're actually coming from with their behaviour, where it is right now, and see where those gaps are.
Okay, I've got another question here. Is that all right?
Thanks, David. Hi, so my question is for Brian, basically, and it's regarding bank managers having to consider climate impacts on loans going forward. One of the issues that's come up today and frequently is in terms of local planning, where we're going to put the houses in the future. Very frequently, that's the decisions are made to build on greenbelt or floodplains, etc., etc. Going forward, how does this impact in terms of whether people will be able to get loans on houses if the banks need to consider the climate impact and how it's going to affect their income? And does that then give an opportunity to try to push more house building into brownfield areas that are going to be less damaging to the environment?
No, it's a fantastic question, and I'm pleased to have it because I do work a lot in the kind of real estate property area. So what is going to happen is that money is going to become more expensive for projects that have higher climate risks. So what I'm hearing from a lot of the big property companies is that their investors are grilling them about their sustainability plans. So these are the kind of large property development companies. And the reason why that's happening is because pension funds, because of you, are now, having to us, pension funds are being asked by us, our money is moving into greener, more sustainable investments. There is a trend where money is being divested from fossil fuels, and there's a huge amount of commitment by investors to invest in greener projects. And the problem for the money community is there is a lack of projects. So actually, the amount of money that's available for greener projects is now high, which means that money is cheaper than money that's available for non-green, brown projects, we might call them. So that means, as that effect starts to trickle down to kind of the local scene, is that if a housing company wants to build on greenfield sites or in flood risk sites, they will find it much more expensive to get the money in order to build those houses. Hooray! So hopefully, at some point, what we would see is that actually it'll be cheaper for them to develop a brownfield site and to redevelop a site and to refurbish buildings than it will be to build new. Now, unfortunately, I reckon that's going to take a long time. So, we need to work hard on accelerating that process because we don't want to see that in 10 years' time. We want to see that next year. We want to see it now. The other thing is that the IPCC have said that all new developments needs to be fossil-free and zero carbon by last year. And we are still running around with diesel generators and trucks and stuff. So there's also the embodied carbon issue is also becoming stronger. So therefore, building anything new should be becoming a much higher risk. I hope that answers the question.
The other thing, of course, we have to do is to get the national policies on house building lined up with the needs to meet the carbon target. So what's called the NPPF, which is the National Policy Planning Framework, I always get words the wrong way around, that does not make sufficient allowance for climate change at the moment. And so we need both those things. We need the financial investment framework to be right, and we need the policy guidance to be there to create the opportunity, Liz, and that will be a motivation, to the house builders. What else do we need? Capability. Oh, capability. We need then the brickies to know that it's really important to lay the bricks with a narrow line of mortar to improve the insulation of those properties. And then we need to skill up the carpenters to fix the shutters to the outside of the building, which will provide passive cooling and stop the buildings overheating, and that will stop people dying and becoming ill and get a better night's sleep as a result of that better insulated property. Is that roughly right? Mary, you've got something to add.
I just have one thing to add, which is that it's going to be really difficult to get those policies And we're seeing people are getting arrested for chaining themselves on the motorways, asking for a home energy retrofit policy, and there's no government roadmap. And I would venture to very strongly guess that that is because the energy companies are set to lose a lot by this. If you all insulate your homes, you're going to be using way less energy, you'll be consuming way less, and it's terrible for their bottom line. So the way that we get this policy is a lot, thank you, it's a lot of public pressure, and there's pressure coming from the IPCC, but it needs to be coming from the bottom up as well.
Okay, so I'm a California energy company decades ago who realized if my customers use less energy, I didn't have to build all that expensive infrastructure. So it's this kind of thinking. It's changing the frame where you're thinking about only your profits to thinking about what your investments are. So it's changing that shift, and that's what's behind the Dasgupta review that Tony mentioned earlier. Yeah, what's happened there is that the economists have changed the frame in which they're thinking about things. Tony talked about benefits and externalities. Yeah? So if you bring both of those things into your thinking, you get a different worldview. If you change your idea of what you spend and what you've got coming in the door, if you get a really good picture of that, that changes your opinion. So use some of these things in your groups and in your thinking, in your sort of village communities, whether it's Stenning or anywhere else. Try to change people's frame of thinking about things in the ways that people are suggesting here. We all really to give you a chance now to have a discussion. What you've said about so far, so if we had 100 votes altogether, then the main themes that you're really wanting to know about or to take forward yourselves are all around food. What a surprise, human beings. Food, nature and rewilding, or regenerative agriculture, or all the projects that Henry talked about, or Nicola talked about, yeah? It's that kind of thing, very interesting. 50 votes for that. 30 votes went to the political system, to legislation and economics, to this idea about, actually rules are good because they set the terms of the market. So 30 marks went, if you like, to that, points to that. Much bigger. Thank you. Thank you. That's really good. So the political system, the one we work in at the moment, how do we want to change that? That'll be a good target. Do that locally. You can vote, yeah. And then the last section, and I think this is because it's new to a lot of people in many ways, is behaviour change and how we take action. And double underlined, I have having a vision. Yeah, what's the vision we want? And you've got some of that on your table. You've got that draft message to take to the COP, and you might have some suggestions for that. So I'm varying a lot from Rosalind's original plan here, and I hope she's bearing with me here. But now is a time for you to have a chance of discussion, and then we've got another session with a larger panel where we'll just listen to you. We did a lot of talking to you then, really. But the next session will be you talking to us, telling us what you're thinking and what you're feeling about this. So over to you. Let us know what you think, either about that draft message to the COP or other issues that you want to identify. But you've got those areas there, the main themes that I've just gone through.
Yes, especially keep the energy up. Annie by with Mara. So Mara arrived late last night. Mara so she arrived about 11:30, stayed with Annie, and apparently they got on well and they were talking. So she took her to art exam, and then she just brought her here to say hello. And then I'll go and pick her up.
Is she here already?
Mara.
Is she here?
Mara arrived last night.
Yeah, is she in this room now?
No, she hasn't stayed.
Yes.
in my phone and I'll email you. That's a bit old-fashioned. I know. This in-person business is really weird, isn't it? What do you do, Sam? I like your question, by the way. Right. She's doing the postcode.
spoke reasonably all right. I know they all
Yes,
spoke.
yeah. I think it'd be good to get them all listening now, yeah.
Hello? Oh, lots of ideas going up on the back wall still. Thank you very much. I hope we'll be able to summarise these ideas into a format that will get some public airing. Can we start to move back to the next session? It looks like a lovely, colourful set of cards on the back wall there. And I understand also that a lot of them are legible, so that's really good. So thank you for doing that. And if you have anything else that comes up during the next session, please put them on the cards. We'll collect all the cards at the end. Okay, so this is where, could I ask everybody who was on the panel, and Tony, could you come up? David, I understand you'll say something at the end. Are you going to do it down here and get the mics down here? Yeah, morning speakers. Have we got any of the morning speakers? Nicola? Oh, yeah, Henry, please come up, yeah. The mics are up here, so maybe come up here. Isabella Tree's had to go off to another meeting talking about something or other. Thank you, Tony. Paul, thank you. Okay, so questions or views. If you have views, please try to keep it reasonably short. And we're looking for things about where you can take action or whether you agree with the draft message to COP, etc. Too weak, too strong, whatever, and then we'll adjust it. So a hand at the back, I've seen the first one. There's a roving mic, David. Is there a roving mic? Do you want my mic? Sorry about this.
Hi, thank you very much for all your really interesting contributions today. It's been really fascinating and lovely to look at all the nice flowers and butterflies. That's my thing. So I want to look around this room, look at us all, and think about where are the change makers? Because I am terribly old, very tired, and very busy. So where are the kids? Where are the people in their 20s? Where are the people from diverse backgrounds? One, well done. Right? But we need to have young people involved. We need to have the future generations involved. And how can we get that to happen? I have been to these kind of talks since many, many years, and fantastic, lovely. I always feel, oh, yes, great, that's lovely. But where are the people of colour? Where are the young people? And how can we get their energy into this drafty, damp hall? That's what we need to focus on pre-COP26.
Okay, so we'll hold some of these. We'll take sets of these, I think, is the way to do this.
Hello, this is a view. I'd be interested to hear your response. How many people here have a garden or access to a garden or piece of ground? I believe that wild gardening is a great way to do some of the things that Izzy talked about this morning. Influence your local environment, the wildlife around, improve the urban environment, and do something for the planet, because conventional gardening is very damaging to the planet. Wild gardening, even a part of your garden, is very good for the planet and sinks a lot of carbon in a good way. Thank you very much. What do you think?
Thank you.
Can other people put their hand up if they've got questions, comments?
David, one at the front. David said he wanted to have some exercise this afternoon.
Thank you. How do we break politicians' addiction with GDP growth? As Tony said earlier, You know, all the politicians, other than maybe Caroline Lucas, believe that GDP growth is the only solution. If anything, they say the solution to climate change is that we've got to economically become bigger and grow more, and that we've got to be more productive, you know, work-wise. I'm just reading at the moment this book by Jason Hickel. He's a professor at London, and Less is More. And he talks about the whole kind of madness of GDP growth. And it just, when you look at it, you just think, this is a crazy, crazy system. But how do we persuade politicians, as I say, where nearly all of them believe that GDP growth is the only solution, other than Caroline Lucas?
Okay, because the human mind can only hold 3 things in at once. We'll just do a quick comment on those 3. So we just hold the next one, David, just for a moment. GDP, 1 volunteer. Yes.
Yeah, I'll jump right in on that one. This one I think will need to come from the bottom up because the discourse at the top down is dead on GDP. But around the world, around the UK, there are examples of communities that are organizing around different economic principles. And just to keep it short, I would say that if you're interested, take a look at something called community wealth building and take a look at what the North of Tyne is doing. Because they have some really amazing things going on where they're trying to use different economic models to support the community and create jobs and build wealth, not focused on GDP.
There's also a brilliant book by someone who works where I used to work, Kate Raworth, Donut Economics, is a superb book that links everything we've talked about today together under one model.
I think young change makers and more diverse change makers, yeah. I think that sounds like that's a Wildlife Trust CPRE issue. Go on.
Quick response may not be popular in this room. We are the failed generations. We've been trying to do this for years and we haven't got anywhere, have we? If you look at those graphs, they haven't worked. Maybe the young people shouldn't be here. We should be, if invited, be where the young generation is. And I think one thing's changed in the last 2 or 3 years since I retired in the Wildlife Trust, and that is the energy in young people. We've seen massive changes in these last 2 or 3 years. So I don't think we should sit here thinking that we've got all the answers and we should get the youngsters here. We should maybe make ourselves available so that we can help them because they're now leading. There's a movement of power from us to them, and that's only right.
Nicola, and then
Yeah. So I've been doing a lot of work in schools as well, and something we find is that the little ones are really, really interested in the environment, but as soon as it becomes into teenagers, it's not cool anymore to be in an eco club. So somehow there's this making it cool. And if we look at who do they listen to, you know, we're sheeple, we follow people, you know, we're very peer-led. And it's like the people that the youngsters are following are these influencers that have huge, huge, huge followings. But sadly, these main influencers that probably none of us in this room have heard of, who have, you know, followings of millions and millions, are not, they don't have the information. And so my question is always like, how do we get to them? How do we communicate with them? Because they're the people that are leading the youngsters at the moment in many areas. And so, but I'd also like to ask you, you know, representing, you know, the 20s, the youth of today that are so active. And I'd like to bring a voice, if you don't mind. Would you comment? You know, like, what do you think? How do you think we can, you know, pull in the younger generations?
Yeah, I can only speak for my age group, really, which is I don't have any younger siblings who really are that interested in Instagram and the kind of following you're talking about. But I would say there's a lot of enthusiasm, and I think the first presentation today, there's a lot of facts involved that make people fearsome, but I don't really feel that amongst my close friends and the people on my architecture course. I'm studying architecture at UCL, actually, and I'm in my 5th year. There's actually a lot of optimism, and people are seeing a lot of opportunity. opportunity for learning, for discovery, for finding new ways. I think there's a lot of excitement, actually. And I think it's easy to sit here and be kind of terrified. But actually, I feel like there's a lot more optimism than people think amongst the younger generation, definitely. And I think everyone on my architecture course is talking about the climate. There's not anyone. And that change has happened very quickly. In my first year of architecture, people were talking about concrete. People weren't interested in the environment. There was some environmental lectures, but everyone kind of pissed around in them. And think, oh yeah, I'll put a green roof on my building, great, you know. But yeah, in the 3 years that I've been studying architecture, there's been a huge shift. And there's a lot of energy behind it. So yeah, I'll finish there.
So not to advertise UCL too much, but I do want to advertise the young change makers there. So the college is massive, absolutely massive, 36,000 students, yeah, and staff, everything else. In the centre of London, not much green space on the campus, not much at all. Not doing a great deal 6-7 years ago on sustainability, and the student body pushed. And they pushed the college to the top of the league tables in terms of sustainability just by doing what we've talked about today to change behaviour. Yes, Liz? They all got together. And on many of the campuses in the world now, you'll find this kind of thing, yeah? So there's a huge body of people being trained with a different kind of thinking. And they don't muck about in environment lectures anymore, yeah? That people come to my course, which is about sustainable management of the environment, and they are engineers, they are some architects, there are physicists and people of that kind who come onto my course. And what do they come onto my course to learn? How to influence policymakers and politicians. They come on to learn about that right. So I think they are there, they are coming through. But great to point out they're not here very much, thank you very much, they're not here very much in this meeting. Thank you. Two more things, gardening and politicians. Henry, do you want to say something about gardening? Go on.
So, to the gentleman who mentioned wildlife gardening, yes, 100%. If you look at the land cover of all the gardens just in Shoreham, it's just huge. The potential for networks within our urban environment is brilliant. And I would say for anybody who wants to create more wildlife space in their garden or dedicate their entire space to wildlife, there's so many brilliant things you can do. There's lots of materials available through the Wildlife Trust and elsewhere. But don't just do it, share it. Talk to your neighbours about it. Make a hole in your fence between yours and your neighbour's house to make sure hedgehogs can get through. And start thinking of your garden as a stepping stone within a landscape. And it might not be a garden, it might just be a window box. Your window box is a stepping stone in the landscape. So I think as much as we talk about how important it is to influence farmers for those kind of rural networks, for example, actually within our towns, we're all responsible for that network. We've all got a part to play in it, and so it's a really point well made. And I think there was a study done in London of the amount of garden that was getting lost to decking, and that was before AstroTurf became a thing. So it's really important to just make sure that you use your sphere of influence with your neighbours to explain, if you're going to do wildlife gardening, explain why. Explain why it's important to you. Inspire somebody else. My garden and everything I've done in my garden, it looks a bit rubbish, but we call it a wildlife garden, but is all inspired by one of my colleagues, by watching his video diaries that he was doing during the coronavirus. Michael. And I was so inspired. I was oh my God, my pond is in such a state. I've got to turn this around. So I put on the effort. And then it's like, oh, and now I've worked with my neighbours and created a wildlife verge all along the front of our like terraced houses. And it was like, that was really easy. That was so easy. It's like, God, what took so long? That's just embarrassing. So we can all do something. Anyway.
Okay, and if you do that, you'll start storing carbon and you'll start slowing the flow of water.
So in taking it to the next level, that we start in our own backyard, there's a great youth-led campaign called Wildcard, and at the moment they are focusing on getting everybody to write a handwritten letter to the Queen and to Prince Charles and William, who are the largest landowners in the whole country with 300,000 acres. Only 6% have trees on it, and it is the most denuded in the whole country. And so this campaign is saying, it's like, I wrote my, Dear Elizabeth the other day, and but encouraging them, before COP, to give over part of this 300,000 acre estate to rewilding. And so it's a great campaign, and it's called Wildcard, and they're doing 3 parts. The first part is to get us all, so that's one thing we can all do in here, write our letter to the Queen and to Charles and to William, and let them be receiving real letters. After that, it will be the church, who are the second largest landowners in this country. The third part is Oxbridge College. So they are the 3 areas that are focusing on for rewilding.
Okay. Thanks, Nicola. Cheers. Next comment, thank you.
Yeah, just on that, my granddaughter wrote to Prince Charles to say, why is it only Dutchy bananas that are in compostable bags rather than all the... And she got very disappointing replies, I'm sorry to say. So we need to keep trying on that. So I just wanted to say what great opportunities there are for people like us to connect with people, with small farmers, through organisations, for example, like Humans for Abundance, whereby you pay like 10 or 20 quid a month, and we buy the eco-services of small farmers. This is in Ecuador, so that the farmers who are trying to make their living, instead of having to grow soya, they can rewild, they can plant trees. So there are opportunities for direct connection between us and farmers, just where we buy their services, we buy their eco-services to help to replenish degraded landscapes. Also, another huge opportunity, maybe you could say something about it, is in urban agriculture, bringing food growing back into towns and cities, because councils own lots of bits of land that just lie and do nothing. Also, the church has loads of land. They're interested in... There's an initiative I know of called the Urban Agriculture Initiative that's trying to set up a network of towns where this work's already going on to bring food growing back into towns and cities in all the empty, nothingy spaces that just lie about, so that to cut down food miles, to involve local people in their own food production.
Okay,
so just
thank you. Thank you. Another point or question, please.
Feedback about green spaces and looking, of course, of Isabella Tree's example of the NEP estate. But a lot of us here, quite a few people might know me, but Worthing and Ada, we've got a green space partnership, which is joined with the council, and we've got about 40 green spaces, starting with a tiny little housing association gardens, all the way through parks and gardens, and cemeteries, all sorts of things. A lot of it is to getting all this spirit of tea parties and everything and doing things together and trying to join the spaces up as well. And the council itself is now gifting land so that we can rewild, and they're setting up big projects. But also, a lot of you'll be aware of Worthing and Ada's project as well, with their massive EPIC project. I don't know if you've all heard of it, which is reclaiming wetlands and so forth in the Sompting Brooks area along the Sompting Brooks stream, and it's had massive Heritage Lottery project support. It's bringing back some of the polluted streams and everything back into full use, water capture, and below I don't know if all of you know the area, but below Sompting Brooks, it then is completely bisected by the railway that then goes to the other side of it, where we've got Brooklands, which is a huge sort of semi-wild area, which the council are now starting to rejuvenate and turn into a science park. It's actually where the Rampion wind farm exit point comes out, and however much we love all this green energy, building more pylons in the sea's not going to do much, because it's only going to fire more green cars, which are all on the roads, and we've all discussed. But the point is these two huge projects, in a way, of Brooklands, and they all used to be one part of the sea that used to go in Neolithic times, all the way up to Sompting. It's all been closed off and built on and things. We've got two projects, one that's put back the Sompting Brooks, that is greening it up, putting back land to capture water again and stop flooding and all the rest of it. The other one is rejuvenating the other side of it in the council, but the whole lot is split through the middle by this railway line that we can't get over. So looking at Isabella's model of how do we get from one side of something fantastic to the other side, we can't get past. If we want to go and walk around one of these sites and then go and look at the other one, you can't even get around on a bike easily. You have to actually walk, which is quite a long way around, or go in a car. So that's the sort of thing, is how can we join it up?
How can we join it up? Yeah, lovely. Yeah. Thank you very much. One other thing, David, one other point, and then we can ask one panel member to respond. There's one behind you, David, I think.
Not totally disconnected from the last remark. We've got HS2 coming. Why on earth have we got this bloody stupid project? It's absolutely inconceivable. We've got our parliamentary leader leading a climate change conference when we have HS2 going. We have 3,000 miles of new roads planned, and we have 26 airport expansion plans going on. We are living through a period of absolute madness. Is there anything we can do about these major infrastructure projects, which to me are totally pointless and against our future prosperity, future wealth?
Okay, thank you very much. Should we start with the infrastructure question? Who wants to have a crack at the infrastructure question? Tony will. Oh, Henry.
I'll make a quick start. Yeah, I mean, what can I say apart from yes, I quite agree with everything you say. I suppose I was thinking about weak sustainability and strong sustainability. Weak sustainability would find alternative methods of actually getting about. But actually, we're doing all that anyway. We need some strong sustainability when it actually gets down to the core of the problem, which is our society, which moves people around and goods around all over the place. And that's what it's based on. So we need to get to the root of this issue, which is actually about reducing the need to travel by reducing consumerism, reducing the amount we actually need, and therefore the amount we need to travel around, and also getting back to something which is much more localised. So this is not just about a technological fix. That's what HS2 claimed to be at the start, to start with, moving goods from roads to the train. But it's going in the opposite direction effectively, because it's weak sustainability at its worst. So I think, you know, those sorts of examples you give, and they're all the same, whether it's HS2, airports or roads, it's based on a model which requires large amounts of movement of people and materials, and that's what we need to get to.
Henry, connectivity?
Well, I was going to, connectivity of, sorry, I was going to answer the question about the national infrastructure project, just very, very quickly. I think as long as we've got decision making that is based around this GDP model and not using the full Dasgupta recommendations of human capital, natural capital and social capital, then it's just going to go on and on and on. And even within these large national infrastructure projects, these challenges that are happening, the recent challenge by the Transport Action Network about the transport programme and its response to climate change I think we've got to really watch these cases closely, because they have to, especially after COP26, whatever the outcome, some of these decisions about national infrastructure projects have got to be turned on their head. So I'm watching closely on that. And Barbara, connectivity. How do you get over a railway track? So yes, Izzy had an amazing picture of a bridge. I think when it comes to that, the epic projects and Brooklands, that's one for the council. Adrian Worthing is showing great leadership in kind of sustainability issues. So put the challenge to them, see what they do.
Okay. Another part of the questions has been about partnership, etc. I wonder if Brian might say something about that, or Paul.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, we have a huge challenge, as we all know. How do we get our message heard? How do we strengthen ourselves? And I think, you know, this need for partnership and for connecting up with each other. And I guess, you know, this is a fantastic day in terms of us meeting each other and swapping details. We need more and more of that. And the more I think we can, you know, build partnerships locally, across the district, across the county, we can make our voices heard more strongly. So I think we do need to kind of invest in being super organised and connected, so we can actually, you know, really make our voices heard more and more. So I think, you know, I think there's a part for us all to play in terms of that, in terms of making sure that, you know, we are well connected, well organised, and supporting each other in all of these things. So it's just a very, very general comment, I suppose.
Okay. And then I'm going just to give a last word to the two people in the middle, either around that kind of point, or how do we get people to change their behaviour so they become willing to pay for these new services, perhaps?
Okay. Well, on the last point, I think it's always about, in anything, it's about building the alternatives. So getting involved in alternatives that embody the ways that you think people need to be living, whether that's by gardening in your spaces where you can, whether it's by biking, it's investing in community energy, or any of these things. And you make it fun and you build community. But the other thing I just wanted to highlight that connects to the infrastructure question, which is that a big part of the problem in the UK is, and the reason that you can't have your voices heard at a political level, is because of the political system you have. So the one thing I will say is that if you want change on any of these causes, you need to be focusing just as much on electoral reform and on a proportional representation system. It will make all of our lives so much easier.
And better. And then Nicola, very last word to Nicola.
Okay, so just very quickly, I guess, just to say that how do you get people to change their behaviour is like, as you know, as a psychologist, as a behavioural scientist, that's the $64,000 question for me. But the way that I've always come at this from any context is through discussion, through trying to properly understand the issues of every stakeholder group concerned. So you know, we've got issues in this room that are shared throughout the country. There's also lots of groups here that have got issues that, although we all have a common goal of you know, making the planet a better place to be, they'd have some issues with the way that we'd be going about that. So we need to understand those issues as well. We also need to, unfortunately, understand where politicians are coming from, why things are the way they are. We don't have to agree with them. But understanding those motivations and understanding where those opportunities for change lie is going to be the key to then getting the foot in the door and making sure that then you can keep those conversations going and making sure that people will actually start to listen, because these things are going to affect everybody. It's going to affect, you know, Jacob Rees-Mogg all the way down. So, you know, if we can find some way of like putting it into a context that those kind of people can understand, they're going to be more amenable to listening to, even if that is not voting for them. You know, it's something, you know, these kind of things are all interlinked, I think.
Just very briefly, I'm coming to your point about building runways, which I'm particularly opposed to. For me, it comes back to what I was saying earlier about this story about the good life. And we now have this story that for decades we've become more and more entitled, but we feel we're entitled to eat any food we want delivered from anywhere in the world the next day. We're entitled to go on cheap travel everywhere. And this sense of entitlement has crept more and more forward, and it's not made us happier. In fact, we've got more mental health problems we've ever had in the world. By 2030, depression will be the biggest cause of morbidity in the world, according to the WHO. And it's making us more miserable. So the more we can develop this other story, that we can be happy, much happier, gardening, using active transport, living more simply, building community, coming together like this. And until politicians, we've just got to work from bottom up to convince politicians that there is another way, there is another narrative.
Thanks very much, Paul. Maybe the opportunity for politicians is a sort of negative opportunity, and it's if don't act, don't get elected. That's one way, you know, we can make things felt. I want to give the last comment to Nicola before David comes up and brings us to a conclusion. And the reason I want to do this, I want to thank Nicola for the South East Climate Alliance. Yeah? It's been the first meeting of it, I think she had in Horsham. Tony and I were there with your friend Carrie Court, yeah? That really opened my eyes to the fact that there was a community movement beginning to happen that as an academic I wasn't aware of at all. And the local authorities have all got their climate declarations of one form or another because of the South East Climate Alliance. So could we give Nicola a round of applause and a thank you for that. Nicola, now, have you embarrassed you?
Well, I mean, that was a light bulb moment of what's needed. We all need to come together. And the South East Climate Alliance now has over 100 organisations, environmental, social and faith-based organisations. So if you're not a member, you can sign up individually or, you know, as a group, giving obviously Seeker a plug there. But the one thing we haven't talked about is the need to change the law. And we really need to name it, and it's ecocide. And if anybody doesn't know about the law of ecocide, then you absolutely must look into it. And I know that each one of us in this room would class ourselves as an earth protector. But are you legally an earth protector? And it will cost you £5 to get your legal document that says that you are. And the last thing that Polly Higgins did, she spent, you know, her last decade of her life to bring back the law of ecocide, to stand next to the law of genocide where it needs to be. The law is an umbrella over so much of this. The war on nature that we see happens because it's not a crime. It is a crime what is happening. And we need to acknowledge that, and we need to change the law. So please do. And to sign up to be an earth protector means that that money, that minimum £5 donation that you give, goes to the small island nations so that they get to have their say at the UN. Because at the UN, each country has one vote. But sadly, the smaller nations can't fly to the UN. They don't have the money to send their delegates. So often their voices don't get heard, which is why it's so important that we really support these small island nations to also have their say at COP and at these events. So, you know, I challenge you all to become earth protectors. And if ever you got arrested for protesting against an ecocide, you can use your legal document in court. You can give that to the judge, because what that shows is this is preconceived. You have paid money. The same as how the guys got out of going to war, they were conscientious objectors to war. We are conscientious objectors to ecocide. And that's why we really need to know that there is a legal document that we can use. So I will leave it on that. And if anybody does want to know, I've made some little flyers about this. What can I do? Because so often people just don't know where to start. So I made like a little top 10 list of things that we can all do. So thank you all for hosting this great event. And it's been great to be amongst a room of change makers.
Thank you. I'm now going to give the microphone to David for some closing remarks. But when David's finished speaking, I'd like to see if you're all happy enough with what we've drafted for him to take to COP.
Right, thank you. There still is some work to do before we go home this afternoon. So I thought to warn you before trying to nip out the door. Many of you know that quote by Woody Allen, 90% of success is in turning up. So you've all done pretty well so far, okay? But this is only the end of the afternoon. So people will be continuing to do things afterwards. And obviously, I'll mention joining organizations, joining associations like CPRE and the Wildlife Trust for your 36 quid a year. But today, if we think about it, we built what technically we could call a community of interest. And the issue is how long can we pursue, maintain this sense of a community of interest? So how does it become something that Marie-Claire suggested, using its sphere of influence to become communities of action? So how do we avoid the tinkering things, which I'm sure we're all doing, to get to the large issues of sustainability? And for that reason, I wanted to try to see if we could move a bit further on, recognizing that people in this room, some have come with a little bit of information, some are well organized, some have got lots of information, some are in political groups, some are in all sorts of different groupings. So how do we create something bigger out of what we've come today, recognizing we're all going to have various individual interests? And I'm interested in seeing just one thing that we might be able to move forward on, whether we can use something called an action learning set. Now, on the bits of paper you got given, on the back of the things where you've got a glossary on the front, you've got some links and some book lists in the middle, there's a notion of an action learning set. Now, very briefly, what I'd like to be able to do is for at least a significant proportion in this room to find 3 other people who they think they can work with. Now, they may be people who randomly you've met today. They may be people in your own group or organization or interest group, however you want to see that. But the idea is 3 people who in the future you are prepared to maintain, and I use it work, but work needs to be enjoyable too, and that point's been well made. So I'm interested in you finding 3 people that you might have met today or you've known longer, who you might be prepared to exchange an email address with. The purpose being, it's to find 3 different roles. So when we have an action like this, we have someone who, an action learning set, comes with a difficulty they might have in their organization or to move forward on some of the sustainable issues we're talking about. In a previous group, I heard some people, how do we get people to be concerned in climate justice? You know, how do you get that into people's head? How do they understand terms? And we tried to get over some of the technical terms by giving you a glossary so we didn't all get hung up with terms. The idea would be we have someone who in the routine of meetings that you set up, perhaps once every fortnight or every 3, someone can come out of your 3 and say, look, I've been chewing over this problem in my group or in my activity in relation to, I use the word environmental or sustainable issues because that's what I'm trying to keep it to. Has anyone got an idea how I can take that a bit further? And you have one person who then helpfully tries to help you think through what you've just said. And then you reflect on this. The roles are, I don't want to spend time, you can see the roles here defined. And you can alternate your roles. It depends who's got an issue they want to work on. But the idea that we take forward some of the discussions that we've had here. Now, it doesn't mean we take all the big things, but to get to the big things, we have to sort out some of the smaller things. How do I get my Friends of the Earth group to, in my little bit of Worthing or Southwick to do this, or in CPR. How do I take that forward? Taking one little issue and then working on that together. Now, I'm not explaining it very well because it's something you can easily look up on the internet, and you can build on what this one sheet I've given you here. But what I'd like you to do is just take a minute to see if there's some people on tables today that are prepared to work together in the future. Because then it might be worthwhile again, in 6 months' time, a year's time, coming together, rather than coming together with another meeting where we say all the things that we've said before, and we don't feel we've made any progress. And this notion of being a community of interest, and moving this community of interest into be a community of influence, and therefore a community that secures some sort of action, I think is what everyone's been talking about today. So, in that tuppence worth, do people understand what I'm talking about in the action learning sets? Can I get people before they go, at least a proportionally, to see if you've got 3 other people you might exchange internet messages with, and agree, at least have a first meeting in a couple of weeks' time to see if you can get some more progress on the basis of some of the actions today? Please, thanks.
So thank you everybody for being here today. Are you happy enough with David taking a message from this meeting, including all your comments, to the COP meeting? Yes? Could you raise your hands if you're happy for that? Yeah, it looks like that's most people. Thank you very much. Rosalind, thank you.
I think they're actually doing what David asked them to do remarkably. Can I just say the last closing statements, please? Thank you so much for coming today, and thank you for, you've taken David's advice. You're going to make connections. You've been a fantastic audience, but before we go, can we just thank all of the people, all the speakers who've given their time freely today to make today a very good event. Isabella was sorry she couldn't stay to the very end. She's gone to prepare her speech to the Conservative Party conference, so I'm sure she'll sock it to them. Thank you for being part of Shoreham Wordfest. We've still got lots of events coming up, including a talk about seals coming to Shoreham. We've got a debate on foreign policy next Wednesday, and a political debate with Stephen Bush and Katie Bowles, but lots of wonderful redemptive art and culture that you can come to. So please get involved with the rest of the programme, and thank you for coming today.